We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. And tonight is, April 1st. April Fools, as they call it. And Aries season. Yeah, I forgot Aries season started, 3/20? So that's me, yeah. So I'm in a couple weeks. Yep, Aries season. Shout out to the Aries. I always do that because I know a lot of Leos. No offense, but the Leos I know with their thirsty asses always gotta get crunk when it's their little season. So I always have to tease my Leo folks. All right, family. So welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I'm your host, Rhonda. So tonight we actually are extending our series for the second time, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. We're on the 24th show. And shout out to Sis Tressie. She sent me the Terra Papers. And I'm so glad she resent it to me because I lost the book in one of my old computers. You can't even buy that book anymore. It's out of print. And I know we made a lot of references in this series to Terra Papers. So I'm like, okay, Rhonda, just bite the bullet since Sis Tressie sent it. And I really, really wanted that book again. So we're going to go through the Terra Papers tonight. If you haven't joined us in this series, I highly encourage you to go back and check out the first episode. We start this series with a study done by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness. And wow, how powerful that was. That study summed up the results of their study on consciousness and the amount of stuff they went into, family. They went into astral travel. They went into time travel. They went into the concept of time not being what we think it is. That's just a little bit, and the power of consciousness. So I highly recommend you check it out. I highly recommend that you download the study and keep it for your records. You are going to be surprised what they admitted in that study. And in the study, it's actually 4 or 5 missing pages. And so everybody want to know, well, damn, what the hell they didn't put on those 4 or 5 pages. Okay, so from there, Brother Sean, where's my book? Now I can't find it. That's on me. I don't know where I did it. Put the book. So then we extended the series with another book that was very, very powerful. She went over, it's called Path Orion, and I'm going to get the author. And shout out to that author. Bear with me. I'm pulling it up since I don't know. I think I was showing my book to somebody and I can't remember. I didn't put it back in my place. That's what it was. Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Cragg. You can get this book at Amazon if you're able to do it, to support her as the author. But she literally gave away the book for free online so the message can get out. And in this particular book, what she did was she took several sources to put the book together, and she did an ancient history of the planet. So she starts out in the book talking about how the Anunnaki came to Earth 450,000 years ago. And when they came here, there were already indigenous people of the Americas. She also talked about 78,000 years ago, how Momma Terra, aka Mama Earth, was twice her size. But the Anunnaki crashed into them and split her in half. And they repaired her. They repaired part of her. I called it terraforming. And we're going to get into Terra Papers tonight because that accidental crash, the Terra Papers go into details about that so-called alleged accident, which it wasn't an accident at all. But in the book, she also talks about how this entire system was set up by the Anunnaki from religion to government, colonization, the whole shebang. And then she also goes into many other entities from different systems has come to Earth also. And they're literally, between the Anunnaki and these other entities, they're literally battling for territory. Okay, so she did an excellent, excellent job in the book. It's a really easy read, short read too, only 50-something odd pages. So I highly encourage you to pick that up as well. So tonight we're going to get into the Terra Papers. So before I bring on my co-host, I want to send a shout out to the YouTube family. Brother Scotty in house. Peace and love, sis Summer Breeze. Hey, Brother Orlando, it's good to see you. American Indian Star. The Nightbot that was chastising people unnecessarily. I had to cut that shit off. It didn't, what I programmed it to do, didn't do it. Instead, it started harassing people. So peace and love. Thelma. Sis Thelma, hey, I'm born here. Good to see you as well. Peace and love, Lance. Peace and love, woke sister. And then peace and love to everybody out in the YouTube world that is listening. All right, so with that said, let me bring on my co-host. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay, sis, you should be good now. And then Brother Sean. Dang, everybody jumping. Okay. Yeah, both of you should be on. Peace and love, Sis Sandra. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Peace and love, Sis Rhonda.
How you doing, sis?
I'm good. How about you? Brother Sean, hey, I hear you. And hey, peace and love to the family. Hey,
Hey,
everybody.
can you help me?
See, this is why I
Whenever
don't
I
let motherfuckers on that I don't know. So
listen to
hold
me,
on a
motherfucker,
second.
bitch.
This
Just
is
listen
why
to
I
me.
don't let people on my shit. Hold on. That's why I don't let people on
Whenever
my
I
shit I
jerk
don't
off,
know.
I remember
So hold
your
on,
face.
y'all. I just fucking hate trolls. All right, so I'm gonna have to start that over again. And I'm sorry if I don't know you, you can't get on. I'm just sorry. I've tried, but people don't know how to act. So if I don't know you, you can't come on my shit. Sorry. Okay. Let's try this again. All right, sis and Brother Shine and Scotty, you all are going to have to dial back in. So that's the last time. 3 times, that's it. Nobody else coming on this bitch unless I know you. All right. He's sounding just like he just jumped the motherfucking fence, trolling some goddamn body. Okay. Okay, sis, you should be able to get on. Don't let people
Whenever
on my
I
shit. I
jerk
don't.
off,
I got two things
I
going
remember
on.
So hold
your
on. Sis, get your situation together. I just fucking hate trolls. All right, so I'm gonna have to start that over again. What are you playing? Shut your YouTube down.
I'm going to have to do that.
I'm just sorry. Okay. All right, Brother Sean, you should be able to get on. Okay, you on, Brother Sean?
Empty.
Okay, cool. All right, let me let Brother Scotty in. All right. Yeah, Brother Mark, shit. Coming in here if he don't get the fuck on. Oh, boy. Okay.
Well, peace and love, y'all. I just want to check in real quick.
Okay.
I'm still at work and everything, but I'm listening.
All right. You know how to
But
do it
they
then.
starting off early today.
Yeah, but that was my fault because I don't let people on if I don't recognize the name. And I'm like, I think I know this person. And I let them on and they was on some fuck shit. So
Right.
it's not going to
All
happen
right.
again. All right. All right,
Yeah.
Sweet Pea. I'll leave your line open. And when you're ready to come on, just come on.
Okay.
All right, Sis Sandra, I'm finna unmute you again. Okay, sis, I think you're unmuted. Okay, let's try it again. Sis, you should be unmuted.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Now I have to figure out what happened to the page. I'll find that in a little bit.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Okay, so how is everyone? All that damn drama.
Yeah, and you know we had that back feed after we shut down, and I didn't know who was.
Yeah, I think if you have your YouTube open and you forget to mute it, you'll get that feedback. So
Yeah, it was no, I had muted it, but I still got the feedback because you shut the thing down. I need to shut that page down too.
yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay. So with that said, we'll start off with you, sis. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Oh my goodness! You know, they telling everybody to get the heebie-jeebies, and because they concerned about our health and all that kind of stuff, and all this sort of junk. A lot of people doing that heebie-jeebie stuff. But then you look at what they're doing south of the border, and I saw two
Mhm.
guys throw some children over the wall.
Yeah, I saw that right before I jumped on the air. He
That
could have
is
broke their leg. That's the first thing I thought about. Or legs, plural.
broke their neck.
That too. You're right, sis.
And I'm
You're
like,
right.
what in the world are they doing? And so people are concerned about, how if you're concerned about me getting the heebie-jeebies, aren't you concerned about all those children?
Right.
I think it's kind of backwards that you have all the people smashed in there like sardines, but yet you want all of us to get the heebie-jeebie shot. So I'm like, something's wrong. Something's
Right.
wrong.
I mean, that's a great point, sis, and that just goes to show you how full of crap they are. Because here they're sitting up harassing the American public to get, the vac, but folks are coming over the border. It's whatever. I mean, we know what time it is. It is what it is. We know what time it is.
Obviously don't know what time it is, because if a man spends 47 years hating a certain race of people, then all of a sudden you're going to trust what he says do? That don't make sense to me.
Well, don't make sense to you or I, but he sure had people, those same people that he hate, vote for him. So I say they get exactly what the fuck they deserve.
And they going out there and get their heebie-jeebies thing because they melanated ministers were paid off, I understand, I heard, for them to preach the gospel of the heebie-jeebies.
And that's not a surprise to me. Aren't they on their payroll anyway?
Oh, yeah.
And I think, our churches under...
501.
Huh?
Five
Yeah,
four?
yeah. I can't remember if it's C3 or C4. But yeah, so C3. Okay, yeah. So I mean,
They get what they pay for, right?
and cause what was do y'all remember under Bush Jr., they got a big payout, those pastors.
Yeah.
And I forget what you call it. But they had to follow a certain doctrine. And they were getting... Okay.
The 501c3. Yeah. Well, big old ministries, big old people, big old men getting up there, getting theirs in front of the folks, and then telling them they need to get theirs. But is our people's memory so short, or they just not thinking, or they just believing these lies? Because remember, Ulysses S. Grant put all that smallpox on those blankets as goodwill, and thank you so much, and let's have a peace offering here. That was 1871 when he was president. And what they fight for right now, the 1871 position, to stay in office. So they're not remembering the history. And they said, if you forget your history, you're bound to repeat it. And here are people doing the same thing. And then they posted on my pages I get on, they have all these melanated people on these ads. Don't forget about the confusion. Don't forget to get your heebie-jeebies. I'll be going, okay. So just because that idiot posed for that picture, you think I'm going to be an idiot too? So, and they get paid to do those commercials. They're not doing those commercials free. So I'm just really wondering, what planet are our people on? Do they not remember? They need to turn their TVs off. They really do.
Again, I say again, I don't worry about the dead. I let the dead bury the dead.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
But
they if they don't know what time it is, that's on them. They gotta learn.
yeah, they do.
I mean, I literally have family members who are like recovering from serious illnesses. And I'm so proud of my baby sis. Because she had warned them, do not go do that. So she was over a couple of days ago. And she's like, you know, Mama and Granny went and got that done. And we just looked at each other and shook our heads. So she said, and they're really heavily into the church, this, that, and the third. And so a couple of the church members were over their house and they were talking about it. And she was like, well, I'm not getting it. And then I was shocked that she said that, what I'm about to say, because she don't roll like I roll. She knows, she has enough intuition to know that something's not right. She don't know the full picture. She's not tuned in fully, but she ain't that disconnected. She knows something's not right. So when the church members was over, she told me, she said to them, don't y'all know we in the last days? And y'all sitting up there doing that? And I said, girl, I said, what they say? And she said, the church members said, well, it said this and it said that. She said, y'all don't see that we in the last days. And then I looked at her. I said, you see why I don't sit up in church? Now they up in church all damn day Sunday, Wednesday. Then if you in the choir, you up in there for the choir. Then if you on this committee, you up in there for that. But they can't see none of this other stuff that's going on, and we can see it.
Well, they've been falling in love with the preacher, not what he's saying. They love the preacher, and the preacher's giving them that smooth talk. And they're not giving the word, to tell them what day it is. They don't talk. They made an agreement, if I recall, to not talk about present day stuff.
I think it's in that damn, I wish I knew that agreement they're under with that they
signed. How about what C3?
Oh, that's what it is, just having that status. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was something separate. Okay.
Yeah, and so they're taught, they bought into the Catholic Church, the 501c3. They bought into that. The preachers did. And then these preachers are teaching Baptist, holiness, Pentecostal, but they get paid by the church, the Catholic Church and stuff. That's a part of that 501c3. And so they're paid not to discuss the current
certain things. Yeah. And to promote certain things. That I do remember, to promote certain things. And I know one of those things were the elections, encouraging voting and all of that jazz. That's why you'll
see. They got
paid.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For Biden. They encourage the people to vote for Biden.
Yeah, and press O2. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, and him too.
Yeah, press O2.
They should have known after his first term what he was about.
Well, I know that woke me all the way up. That was my last time. The first term, I'm like, okay, I'll give this a try. Shit, never again. That shit woke me up good.
Yeah.
After the first year, I was woke, all the way woke. I was like, I'm done. Exactly. I'm done. Exactly.
My sister is a union person. Oh, he's so good in these unions. Girl, please. After that, voting for that man, I said I'll never vote again because they all ain't no good.
None of them. And the unions, I remember, and that it's a documentary, I want to say it's on Netflix. I talked about this in one of the podcasts. And he called himself saving a glass manufacturer. I forget where it was at, because they were going to send the glass manufacturer overseas. He, quote, stopped it. But a company from China came over and bought it, and they kept the jobs there. But like it's always the catch, the people's pay was cut in half.
Right.
People's pay was cut in half. And then in addition to that, it was half the people were able to stay on. And so those people went through hell, pretty much. They went through hell. That Chinese company was putting like the China way, the way China works, onto the American people. And it was bad relations, all of that. I think they only kept that plant up for 2 years, shut it down, y'all. And so the little documentary people went over to China to see what they done. Guess what the motherfuckers had, y'all? They had robots in them people's fucking places. So they had all along, they never really intended to keep the shit up. They never intended to keep the factory there. And even the town gave them like a bunch of tax incentives, all of that. And they only stayed open for 2 years. So half the people only kept their job for 2 years at half the pay. And they caught hell during those 2 years. And it was a lot of safety injuries and all of that jazz. And then they still wind up closing down the factory because they're going to use the excuse because it was just such cultural differences. And then come to find out, they had already stood up a factory with robots to do all the fucking work. So y'all know it takes years to put something like that in place with those robots. So they had it planned all along. So Perez O did absolutely nothing for the blue collar worker.
They had NAFTA. He signed that NAFTA agreement.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a wrap for manufacturing in this country. It's been a wrap for a minute. And I talk about this a lot when I went on vacation. This was like 10 something years ago. Yeah, because it was, wow, shit, more than that now. Damn. Anyhow, it was going to China. We were flying into Beijing. When I tell y'all, I can't even describe the amount of factories you see before you fucking hit that city. It's mind-boggling. Anything you can possibly think that is sitting before your eyes is made over there. That same designer shit that people spend all that money on, they're making bootleg right fucking next to it. I saw it when I was over there. They have this big old flea market that's about 5 stories high because we met a lady that worked in the US, but she worked remote in China. So she was like showing us around places that we never would see. So she took us to this flea market place that was like 5 stories high. And the shit was so huge. It was blocks and blocks. And it was just like your typical flea market, but it was stores. It was individual stores. And you walk in the motherfucking stores, that shit, there's no way you can buy that stuff that cheap over in the US. You're talking, I literally had a string of pearls and I'm pissed because my shit got stolen in ratchet ass Atlanta in a break-in. But I got a hand string of pearls done for me right on the fucking spot. And they were like a greenish, blackish tint, really, really beautiful. I mean, she asked me the length, put out the pearls, told me pick out what I wanted, and strung that shit right in front of my face. And I got the matching earrings. I didn't want the bracelet. I paid $40 for that.
Wow.
It's just that cheap, you all. Just that cheap. You had like American businessmen over there getting custom suits that shit custom. Whatever luxury brand you could possibly think of, they were custom fitting them. That shit is dirt cheap. We saw a lot of New York people over there, and specifically melanated people. And this melanated couple, they had literally, y'all, garbage, hefty bags full of shit. She had one in her hand. Her husband had like two, and they were like dragging it. And we were like, because it's not too many of us over there, so we had to get in their business. We're like, okay, so what y'all doing up in here rolling like that? And they said, we own our own store in New York, and we come over here a couple of times a year. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah. They had an entire section dedicated to black hair products. So all that motherfucking Remy and shit y'all getting, I saw sisters over there getting bags and bags of that shit. When I tell you stuff is dirt cheap, any possible designer you can think of, they're making it over there. But what they're doing is also making the knockoffs coming off the same assembly line. Now, one of the American businessmen told me that because he was over there for business. And he was like, yeah, I got, he was telling us the designer purses and stuff he got for his wife and his mother-in-law and them. And he was the one that hipped us up on game because his business was manufacturing. And he was the one that told us that they make the regular brand stuff and they do the knockoff right beside it. But even while we were over there, the regular name brand, that shit was still pennies on the dollar over there. I mean, all of your phones. And that was, you all, 15 years ago. And I said then, I'm like, manufacturing is never coming back to the U.S. That's a wrap. It's over. It's over. And China had gotten a little too expensive from what I had been researching. And so that's when they started branching out to other areas as well. So that's never coming back. And that literally destroyed the middle class. And they're not done. They're not done because at the rate this AI robotics stuff is coming into play, it's going to be even more people out of work. It's literally going to be even more people. And now they're coming for the service jobs. So the fast food places, they're already starting to install the automated ordering systems, even y'all behind cooking the fucking food. So that's coming into play. Uber is rolling out the self-driving cars. They're even trying to do it with trucking. I don't know how that's going to work with the trucking, but they are currently testing that. And trucking is a good gig. It's a very good way to make a living. So it's really getting ready to be a lot of job loss. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Even in farming or ranching, since it's animals, they trying to make fake beef. They trying to make fake beef and fake everything. So that means that the cattle, we're not going to have cattle anymore because I guess they're going to give it to the lizards and let them eat that. I don't know.
Well, they claim that the cattle's, I can see their point.
Methane?
Yeah, I don't believe that. I mean, a fart is a fart is a fart. If that's the case, goddamn, don't the people? Isn't it more people than it is cattle? So I'm not buying that one. But no. I think what they're saying is the amount of beef that the American public eats, it's outpacing the number of cattle. So I want y'all to think about that for a second. The amount of beef that the American public eats outpace the cattle. So what the fuck are you really eating? That's number one. Noodle on that. And they were saying, and just the amount of grass and all of that it takes to sustain them. So that's what they claim. when really all they have to do, like they do everything else, is just keep it sustainable, and just raise the fucking price. But no, they want to, create Solvent Green. And if y'all haven't seen that movie from, what was Solvent Green, the 60s or the 70s?
60s or 70s. Was Charlton Heston?
Yeah, y'all need to check that shit out. Because contrary to popular belief, we don't know what they've been mixing in that beef for years. For years. You don't know what they mixing in that shit.
Well, we know they put human stuff in there, in McDonald's food, all kinds of stuff.
And I think McDonald's is one of the worst, but they're all bad. And
Yeah,
go ahead, sis.
I saw they have it in sodas. They have it in other products. It says natural flavors. They have human products in there, and the heebie-jeebie has human products in it too. So they really want everybody to start being cannibalistic. They have I heard they have a restaurant in LA called The Cannibal.
And that doesn't surprise me.
And they serve human food.
That doesn't surprise me.
Not human food, but humans ass food. Let me correct that.
Right.
Human ass food.
Yeah, so, that's why they're claiming that they're trying to push everybody to veganism and vegetarianism, is because of the demand via the food supply.
They can control how much product of nanobots and stuff they can put in your vegan food. So you'll be really AI technology.
Exactly. So even if you're eating that meat substitute and all of that shit, it's the same as the ground beef. You really don't know what you're eating. So, if you are gonna eat meat, you really gonna have to spend some change. You're gonna have to spend some change to get a halfway decent piece of meat, and that's including chicken, y'all. Because to be honest, chicken is worse than beef.
Right.
Y'all ever drove past a chicken factory? It will literally make you sick to your stomach. The smell, oh my God, it would literally make you sick to your stomach. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I heard they have to radiate the meats.
It wouldn't surprise me.
They have to wear like hazmat stuff going in there.
It does not. Do you all know, because y'all know I'm all into my little gardening. So I'm in a lot of gardening groups. And one group, they are hardcore. I'm talking melanated farmers who raise all of their shit, even their meat. Even some of them, y'all, like their beef, their chickens. I mean, I just be fascinated how much they have really taken control of their own food supply, and they sell it to the market. And some, it's just, that's the way they want to live. So I was shocked. It's been so many years since being a little girl on my grandparents' farm. Either I forgot, I don't know, y'all. But when the chickens do their little eggs, lay their eggs, and they're gonna be used for cooking or whatever, you gotta wash the motherfucking eggs off.
You do.
Because you'll get salmonella. I'm like, oh man. So yeah, chickens, y'all, they're not no joke. Now I know my mom, which this is a tripped out story. Now my mom, they grew up 7-day Adventist. Child. Now she far from that. She's a straight savage. Make no mistake about it. But that's how they grew up. So that particular religion, they are strict vegans, but they didn't call it vegans back then. They just didn't eat no type of meat, no type of dairy. That's how she was raised. She didn't start eating meat until she got married. And so even, and I think, well, not, I think she told me when she was pregnant with me, she didn't eat any meat. I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense. I'm the only one of your children that really don't mess with meat like that. And so it took her years to tell my grandmother. I remember we were over, well, my great granny, because it was her grandmother, my great granny, who lived, by the way, to be 105, 106, because she stayed vegan up till the end, 105, 106 and some change. So I remember we went over there. And so she was like, Mona Marie, you're not eating that chicken, are you? And I was like, because my mom was eating pork, all of that shit. She was like, no, ma'am. And I was like, she gonna sit up here and tell her grandma a bold-faced ass lie. And so my great-grandmother said, because you know that's the worst thing you can eat. It's next to that pig. I hope you're not eating that baby. No, ma'am, I'm not. And I'm like to myself, Mama, you lying out your goddamn teeth. You sitting up here eating pig feet, all that shit. So, yeah, true story, y'all. So chicken, it's not good. So, I mean, if you're going to eat it, and if you want it to be clean, you are going to have to spend some change. And I mean, all of your meat, you are supposed to be sterilizing it. So with chicken, you can soak it in like apple cider vinegar and water. Your fish, you're supposed to be soaking in cold water and salt. That's going to bring out any impurities, if you in any motherfucking worms, all of that. Now, my sis, I don't eat pork or none of that, but she shared this on how she does pork if she has a taste for it. She'll, rinse it off, but she'll put it in a pot. She'll boil it, but she'll boil it with apple cider vinegar and salt and just keep pouring all of those impurities off of it. So just beware, family.
I heard somebody complaining that they were giving melanated farmers bailouts and they wouldn't give it to the other folks. And a lot of people complain. I mean, this video I was looking at, they were complaining. What's the idea that they're giving it to the melanated farmers and not to everybody else?
Yeah, because I think the melanated farmers, now that I think, and I'm just going by in one of the little gardening groups, they have a lot of lawsuits out against, I forget the agency, but they got a lot of lawsuits out against them because a lot of funding was diverted from them. And a lot of them lost their land because they just couldn't sustain it. So there's a lot of lawsuits out for Black farmers.
That was that Masera stuff too. That was one of the reasons for that, to start that lawsuit on that, is to get the land back that they were confiscating from farmers.
Yeah, that's one of the suits. But also it is the funding also, because big corporations started getting into farming years ago and making a lot of profit. And that's why I keep harping that it is so dangerous to solely depend on the grocery store for your food supply. Now, Gates, funky ass, just bought up a lot of land. I mean, a shitload of land. And some are speculating that he's doing that to get ready to control agricultural. Right. So it's important that you find your local source. Learn how to grow your little stuff that you can, but seek out the local people as well in your area, because there are local farmers. There literally are local farmers that you can partner up with. Start with your farmers market and get out there and get to know folks so you can have some sort of connection, because the regular food supply, number one, that shit is tainted beyond tainted beyond tainted. Even the vegetables and shit, that stuff that even you get out the stores, I mean, it's better than processed food, but it's not as nutritious as you're getting it from a local farmer, or rather you're growing it yourself. It's just not the same because of the way they are destroying the soil. Because I don't give a damn if the soil is crappy, you're not going to have nutritious, healthy vegetables. So I know we rambled on about that, so sorry. Yeah. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
But I'm just saying that if they're being so strict that we get back the Cucamonga we have to have Cucamonga passports, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're trying. Somebody mentioned it, and then it was shut down because it's like, hold on. That's HIPAA violation. That's none of your motherfucking business. Whether or not I got XYZ.
Yep.
Now it's now we can't control what other countries do. Because like for example, Hawaii, I don't know if they lifted it, but I know at one time if you travel over there, you had to have had to have your test. And then when you got there, I think you needed to be tested again. Then you needed to be fucking quarantined for like a week or 2 weeks. And you're like, well, damn, I'm only going to be here for a week. So we don't know what other countries are going to do in that regard. So, we'll see. We'll see. So.
We're place.
Yeah. All right, Brother Sean, do you have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery for the family.
Do
We got a list, don't you?
I know, right?
I ain't gonna do it though.
I knew it.
It's an immigration issue. Your replacement.
Yeah.
You're so calm and nonchalant about. They bring in all of their issues, frequency, demons, all type of shit. And y'all cool with that. They dropping babies over the wall.
Yeah, that was real messed up.
But the parents that took them there and left them. Why are we supposed to carry the weight of their bullshit?
Mm-hmm.
They ain't got a goddamn thing to do with us. If Biden and them really want to help them, go down there and impose these laws.
Right.
Go take care of the drug cartel. Oh, but y'all owe them too much.
Right.
Gotta cut off his son's supply.
Ooh.
I mean, it's.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's just. All of this is a test. They've been told y'all it was a fucking drill, a military exercise. They just wanted to see what y'all was going to accept. Ain't none of this shit been mandated as far as for the ejection. Y'all voluntarily doing it.
Yep.
From something that, what they say, 99.97?
99.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Why are you taking something to prevent something, it's not going to happen.
Right.
But the possibilities of what can happen are happening. And I watched the movie earlier, Blue World Order, on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And 2022 supposed to be, post-apocalyptic time. But a bacteria and a virus are loose. Initially, they think it's the bacteria that's doing people in.
Mm-hmm.
And some think it's the virus. But come to find out, the virus just downloaded programs, gave some people upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
But some people, the virus and the bacteria, caused them to mutate. And it was one child left on the entire planet. One faction was trying to experiment on her.
Mm-hmm.
And the other faction, you really couldn't tell what they wanted to do with her. No, because if she's the only child left, then she's the only person capable of procreating. But it touched on some of everything that is going on now. And it's supposed to take place in 2022. And they didn't mention the big cities. They said it happened in places like Ohio and shit like that.
And that's interesting that you mentioned 2022. I did what is it? All Hell No, it was the podcast. Yesterday, I think it was, on Mars or Bust. And that's their goal. 2022.
Yeah, I mean, ain't that what Republicans keep telling people? Oh yeah, in 2022, we go take the House back. We go take this back. 2022, 2022.
Yep. 2022. So what, 2 years from now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Next year.
Oh, shit, yeah. My bad, yeah. Shit, yeah.
It's just at some point, could you bring up that Indian treaty that I...
Yeah, let me find it. Yeah, family. So it's a lot going on. And as usual, people aren't paying attention to the major stuff. And stuff is changing rapidly.
It says.
Uh-huh.
I want to bring up the Treaty of 1213 also. I believe that's the year.
Okay. Did you send it to me, or you want me to just search it and bring it up?
I sent it also. I think I tagged you in it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. I would have to go back. Shoot. I have to go back and find it. Yeah, because we were talking back and forth about it. I remember now.
Yeah, because that talk about the fact that none of this shit here that they established is legal.
No. And they know it's not.
The Pope never gave them authority.
Yeah, there it is.
So the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, all of it's bullshit. All of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we just began with, but as far as the who allegedly and supposedly control things,
right.
They ain't never had permission to be set up doing what they doing, period. So no legislation or treaties going through them are valid, period.
Yeah. But, people still keep defending it. That's the thing. Let me see. Review.
And in that Indian treaty, it talked about how they don't have to acknowledge or recognize no goddamn body.
Yep.
They said they were through with that. So anybody that's sitting up dependent on treaties or anything in the Constitution, you fucked. I don't care what term you use. I don't care what peoples they got listed in there. It's all fraud.
Yeah.
It's a fucking spell.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yep. And when we were going through that book last week, I mean, she pretty much broke down the origins where that stuff came from.
Yeah.
Dang, Sean, can you get to it and re-tag me? Because folks tag me in so much stuff. I'm like scrolling, trying to find it.
I'm on it.
Okay. So yeah, that stuff. And I mean, to be honest, I guess, why should we have to comb through documents to try to prove what somebody told us about our shit? Why should you have to do that? Why would you even set your mindset to comb through their documents and say, see right here on this page, you told me you was going to do blah, 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 blah. And they didn't do blah, 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 blah back then, centuries ago, and they ain't going to do blah, 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 blah now. Okay, yeah, Brother Sean, I'll have to wait for you to tag me in it, because it's just so much stuff for me to scroll through. So, but yeah, so, I mean, we already know what time it is. It is what it is. So, yeah, Brother Scotty, you absolutely right. Forget that paperwork. All right, y'all, we got 77 people watching, 40 likes. Thanks, Brother Scotty. Make sure you hit the like button or the dislike button. And y'all, that's where I set that bot up for. And then it did everything else. It was harassing people. But do that. So I figured it out. I had to shut down that other stuff because it automatically brought in the harassment on people. But anyhow. Okay, so with that said, yeah, what you say, Amaru, I think the game is their paper authority. That's exactly what it is. And remember, words have a certain vibration to them. Because if you think about words, they're angles, right? And how do you create a sigil, which meaning a sigil creates a certain energy. You do that with angles, right? So that's what words are. They're just sigils grouped together to cast a spell. That's why words are much more powerful, because they're longer lasting than a sword. And melanated people have gotten trapped in the spell of words. They just don't want to let it go. That's why people are so fascinated with the paperwork. That's why people are so fascinated with the treaties and what rights somebody told you you have, instead of using their intuition, their birthright spiritual power to override all of that shit. And I have always said that you are supposed to be writing your own contracts, your own shit. You're supposed to be writing that. That's why most of the people that use paperwork and shit, because number one, they don't study it. They really don't fully understand it. They don't know what they're getting into. And then really the main thing, they have somebody else write the shit for them. You have to get into the sciences, the spiritual side to make it work for you. That's how you break spells.
I did it, sis.
Okay, cool. Yep, I see it. Yep. I mean, I was just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and here we go.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? You know how we get tagged by so many people every day. All right, so wait a second, fam. Let me bring this up. It's window capture. It's coming up in just a second here. Yeah. I don't know how the weather is for y'all, but I'm colder than a MF, y'all. This is crazy. We went from, wasn't we like 70 degrees yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Kicking it, chilling all week. I think Monday it was like 74, 75. Beautiful weather. Kicking it at the park. Woke up this morning. I mean, I am freezing. It feels like 23 degrees. And it was just 70 yesterday. It's just straight crazy. All right, come on, thing. I'm not in the mood for this. Okay, what's the name of this article? Yep, there we go. All right, it should be coming up for you pretty soon, YouTube. Yep, there you go.
All in Pope wrote that stuff too.
Let me bring it down so I can make sure y'all see what I see. Okay, all right, so this is what Brother Sean has. Y'all see the little source. Okay, so King John, Innocent III, Archbishop Cardinal. Oh, that's the funk-ass Magna Carta. We actually read that Magna Carta before on this show. Now, I would have to find pictures of them, but I'm sure that they're melanated. Okay? And the reason I say that is because of the date.
Exactly.
Because Caucasians did not take the seat of power until they started mid-1700s, but their total power takeover wasn't until the late 1800s, early 1900s. All right? That's what the whole mass immigration was from Europe when white folks really started coming over because the face of the empire became a Caucasian face, all right? So all of these pictures of these popes have been whitewashed. All right, so once upon a time before the year 1066, the people of England held a allodial title to their land. Not even the king could take their land for not paying the tithe, 1/10 of an annual produce or earnings formerly taken as tax for the support of the church and the clergy. Okay, so just real quick, when you're doing research on surnames, those surnames from Europe, you're going to see a lot of those surnames go back far to like 1066 seems to be the year of the older, powerful names when they started really coming into power. Okay. The Treaty of 1213 is where the one world government had its beginning. So y'all hear that? We already told y'all, we tell y'all time and time again, people keep talking about the New World Order, and we told y'all that shit been here. They just keep remixing it. It is where and when the Vatican came to own everything. It owns the land, laws, people, the cattle, and everything. This legal treaty is older than any other financial treaty in the world and therefore supersedes all that came afterwards. Under King John, who reigned from April 6, 1199 until his death in 1216, England was broke. So John invoked the law of mortmain, where people couldn't pass their land to the church or anyone else without the king's permission, sort of like a modern day probate. Yep, and anybody that's ever been through probate, that's not one place you want to be. That's not one thing you be wanting to fuck with. So you have your family members get their affairs in order. And I'm going to even go as far as to say, start researching trust, especially when you're dealing with property. Put that shit in a trust, an irrevocable trust, and keep it moving, because people can contest wills. You do not want your family stuff going through probate. All right. And that's a way, if you put your land in trust, that is a way to stop greedy ass family members from selling the land. Because you can put that in the trust that it cannot be sold. It has to pass from family member to family member. So that means if family get married, they old lady or they old man can't get that family land. All right. All right. So without mortmain, the king would lose the land he controlled. The Vatican didn't like that because the king owed a lot of pounds to the Vatican. King John didn't like the Pope Innocent III represented the Bishop of Canterbury, Archbishop Cardinal Stephen Langton. So how the king wind up getting all that scratch from the Pope?
Mm-hmm.
Probably through wars, I'm guessing.
Probably. More than likely.
They always fought over religion. Remember that?
Child.
Games,
And how the Vatican get all that damn money? Actually, the Vatican to this day, y'all know they're the largest landowner on the planet, right? They're literally the largest landowner on the planet. All right, so England was placed under interdict, which is in Catholic canon law, an ecclesiastical censor or ban that prohibits persons or countries on March 23rd, 1208. English bishops, under orders from Pope Innocent III, laid a general interdict on England and Wales. The Vatican acted as a financial manager for England. Shut your mouth, honey.
Mm-hmm.
The sacraments were forbidden to the entire kingdom. No one was allowed to attend mass, receive extreme unction, or bury their deceased in consecrated grounds with religious ceremony. Damn, they Catholic Church is something else, honey. Only the baptism of infants, of course, because they want to, capture up them little souls.
And they have to pay for that too. They didn't people have to pay.
only the baptism of infants and the confessions of the dying were permitted. This state lasted for over 6 years until the interdict was lifted on July 2nd, 1214. So all because the king owes some scratch. King John was eventually excommunicated, so he gravelled before Pope Innocent III. He swore allegiance to the Pope and to Langton. Okay, that's Cardinal Langton. And why they got him in motherfucking eyeshadow and lipstick? You know they a mess. And he looking a hot mess. Boo. That them
like
colors ain't, yeah, that shit ain't working for you, boo. It don't match your skin tone. None of that, sweet pea. Damn, they had you out here looking wrong. Anyway.
They wore pantyhose too, don't forget that.
What you say, sis?
They wore pantyhose too.
Yeah, you know, Europe and this is why people get upset when we say that melanated people were Europeans and they held those seats of thrones, because then that would have to be the admission, and you know, even the popes were melanated. That would have to be admission to like the homosexuality part of it. Even the Greeks. Sorry, boo, they were melanated. So yeah, but yeah, they were something else back then, honey. They really were.
Naked toilets outside and the baths and
yeah, because y'all remember the stories of Pompeii in Italy, where they was doing orgies and all of that stuff.
Like in San Francisco.
Yeah, Pompeii was off the chain, and I had the opportunity when I was in Italy. We went to Pompeii, and we saw those ruins, and I can attest those paintings, melanated people, folks. Sorry, and honey, they had porn painted right on the walls. I'm not lying. I am not lying. It was literally like porn painted on the walls, and it was brothels. They was off the hook. They was straight up off the hook. So don't be trying to tell me what melanated people don't do. Shit. Okay, so
Get the Olympics. There was nude games.
Yeah.
Racing nude. I mean.
Yep. Because when I went to Greece, we saw like the original Olympic field, all of that. Now in Greece, they didn't whitewash all of that shit, and them statues look so fake. I was like, but yeah, yes.
Somebody wanted to see them hang.
Like in the statue of David, they had him naked.
Wait a minute though, because y'all know what the statue of David looked like. So, yeah.
Y'all crazy.
So it was like, whatever, y'all. So now all that shit is fake. Even the statue of David, it does not look old as they say that it does. But the group I was with, they was off the motherfucking chain. We had a ball. They was like, somebody said he need to put some drugs on. Cause that ain't nothing to be proud of, to be showing, bruh. Put some motherfucking drugs on. We a mess, y'all. We a mess. So, but anyway, okay, so in July 2013, King John, he was excommunicated by Langton and was returned his titles as king of, oh, wait a minute. Hell no, they stripped dude of his titles?
Yep.
So then they was running stuff, not the king.
Right.
On October 3rd, 1912, King John ratified the surrender of his kingdoms to Pope Innocent III as a victor of Christ, who claimed ownership of everyone and everything on earth as tradition.
It's all about that religion stuff, see?
I thought that, and that's late, 1912. That's pretty late.
That immortal soul trip they give you, they tell you your immortal soul is in detriment if you don't do your thing.
Wait a minute, y'all. This the sentence. The contract of 1213 has never been repealed.
Mm-hmm.
So just help me to make sure that I am getting this correct. So that means they still don't really have the power, or am I misreading this?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. So it's really still the Vatican, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. And I just want to make sure. Treaty of 1213 was a treaty between King John and the Pope. In this treaty, the British lands of Ireland and England were pledged to the Pope, and only two people were able, to dissolve the treaty. Those two were the Pope and the British monarch. Therefore, the monarch only remains on the throne as at the consent of the Pope. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
He gets 60% and she gets 40. I think that's how the cut is of the tithes or the taxes from here.
You don't get that much.
I don't even think she get. I agree.
She don't get 40. I don't know what the split was. I think he gets the most of it.
She probably get 1%.
Right,
Yeah.
they say she got to go through the servants' interest when she go to the big people, huh?
Yeah, because I heard that Buckingham Palace is raggedy as hell. That they don't even have the money to fix it up.
A roof
And
leak.
she ain't permitted in there.
Yeah, I heard that too.
They had a roof leak for 200 years.
Child. Okay, where the hell was I at?
When you squatting, you don't care.
True.
Yeah, yes.
True. Squatters tear up your shit in a heartbeat. They don't care. All right. The barons of England who were unaware of the treaty would not put up with being slaves anymore, so they took up their swords. They made King John sign the Magna Carta. Okay, now it's starting to come back. The Magna Carta was a violation of the Pope's law, and therefore, the Vatican declared the agreement unlawful. Shut the front door, y'all. That part I didn't know. I know that they had put the Magna Carta in place now, and I know they probably gonna talk about this. This is probably spoiler alert. But the Constitution is based on this fucking Magna Carta.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna keep reading. But shut the front door, hunty. All right, it needs to be understood that when talking about the feudal system, that the clergy were on top of the king, not the other way around. Okay, that makes sense. See, I thought the Magna Carta switched all of that around, so they basically just faking a funk like it switched it around.
Mm-hmm.
This is a direct result of the Treaty of 1213. King John's fear of being excommunicated from the church led to this reversal of power structure. Long after the Treaty of 1213, the English came to the Americas. The people of the Americas didn't realize that the Magna Carta didn't exist. Everything was governed by the 1213 Treaty. According to the Treaty of 1213, all legal documents like Magna Carta and the Declaration of Independence are not valid, baby. You talking fraud upon fraud upon fraud. So, y'all remember, it was about 4 or 5 years ago, it was this supposed document floating around where the Pope said he's not giving protection to any of the political leaders, and they went all the way down the list, even down to like the police force order, that he's not giving any protection, any credit. All that shit is null and void.
Right, he said that the party was over.
Damn. This is starting to make a lot more sense.
Yeah,
And that was in 2012.
Okay, it was 2012. Okay. The kings, explorers had come to America to claim dominion over land by deceiving and murdering the natives, the American Indians. The king operated under the Treaty of 1213, not the Magna Carta. And everything was going along well until the 1770s, when the founding fathers, remember those melanated founding fathers, decided they wanted the benefit but not pay taxes to the king. Now this shit is damn. So the king was already out of pocket because the Magna Carta really wasn't valid. They were still under the Treaty of 1213. So he was already on the American lands illegal. I'm sure he had to give a substantial kickback to the Vatican. It's impossible that he didn't. So he sent his boys and them over here to manage the estate, and under the guise that they paid the necessary taxes. And we've read through one of the charters on this show, and the king had the nerve in the charter to say all the shit that he owned, even the motherfucking fish up in the sea. That's how detailed they were with the shit. So then his boys and them decided they didn't want to pay him the taxes. Child. They, despite being lawyers and professional educated men, didn't know they were still under the Pope's control. Those common people who fought in the American Revolution were unaware that the 1213 Treaty still ruled, despite the fact they thought the Magna Carta was a viable piece of work. The Declaration of Rights in 1689 declared the rights of the British subjects in England. At the end of the English Declaration, it stated at Section 3 that should any of the rights just mentioned be in violation of the Holy Alliance, 1213 Treaty, it is as if this declaration was never written. So this was in 1689. Oh, hell no, y'all. This shit is fraud upon fraud upon fraud. The treaty on 1213 was upheld as at the Treaty of Paris in 1783. Hell no! Whoa! So just to recap the highlights. In 1213, John signs the treaty. In 1215, the Magna Carta is signed. However, it is invalid. In 1492, Columbus landed in the Americas, sponsored by the Vatican and flying the flag of the Knights Templars. The Vatican, who hoarded all the knowledge, knew about the New World and decided it was time to colonize. On December 31st, 1600, the British East Indian Company received its royal charter from Queen Elizabeth I. Melanated, let's keep in mind. I'll try to dig up the picture and show y'all. This meant that everything the British East Indian Company did was ultimately owned by the Vatican. The United States has always been a British Crown colony.
Still is.
Exactly. King James signed the first charter of Virginia in 1606. That charter grants America's British forefathers the right to settle and colonize the country of America. And I say the corporation, God damn it. The charter, because a charter is always an authority to do business. Okay, because I keep telling y'all this shit is about business. The charter also guaranteed that all future kings and queens would have authority over all citizens and colonize the lands of America. So y'all catch that? Y'all out there voting, y'all have no fucking clue. You have no fucking clue.
14th Amendment gives them the right to continue that treaty too.
Therefore, with the colonization of America, the Vatican continued to receive profits from England because all of the British colonies were covered. Ciao. In the Treaty of 1213.
Mm-hmm.
On September 3rd, 1783, the Treaty of Paris, signed in Paris by representatives of King George III, I showed y'all his ass last week, of Great Britain and representatives of the United States of America on ending the American Revolutionary War. So are y'all catching this? Y'all thinking this shit is fault for another reason, and I keep telling y'all it's about business. It is also important to remember that America lost the War of Independence. That's why they had to pay remuneration to England. Y'all know how they do. Because didn't they do Haiti like that too? Fran's funky ass.
Mm-hmm. That's 1776, right?
What you say, sis?
The Declaration of Independence in 1776, right?
In Americas, yeah.
Okay, so what is the 1776 like for now?
What you say that again? I didn't hear you, sis. You kind of muffled a little bit.
1776 we're fighting for. They didn't win it. They did not win the war against Britain.
Nope.
That means so they're still under the Queen.
Absolutely.
In 2021.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't understand all this. I'm just kind of like, well, what are you talking about? 1776. Them Brits walked off of here with their armament, and I think they burned down the White House, the first one.
The first one, And when we pick,
Philadelphia.
And when we pick back up the Pilgrim story, we're gonna talk about that American Revolutionary War, and those melanated Brits' involvement in it.
You know, so basically, what America do we have?
Exactly. And what the fuck are people voting for? What are you voting for?
They've been bamboozled, hood-swapped. They think that they won that 1776 war. They didn't.
But yet people want to get an attitude with people that don't vote. And now here y'all doing all of this, you know, make America great again. Bitch, when was it? Well, I tell you when it was great. When the indigenous people of America had. But bitch, since y'all came over here, ain't been nothing but hell. So y'all, you all have never ran. You've never ran anything. Out the gate, you never ran anything. Y'all tried to woof up. You tried. You got your ass spanked. And all that happened was an agreement was signed. You're still a fucking colony. Tithes are still paid back up to the Vatican. Ultimately to the Vatican.
Yeah.
And those that know that paperwork game, y'all should know why the fuck them BCs go up through the Vatican. This should be crystal fucking clear now. All right. What do we say? So the Declaration of Independence is invalid. All right. America's war against British bankrupted America and turned them into a permanent debt slave of the king. In the War of 1812, the British government burned and tore to the ground the White House and torched their buildings and destroyed all ratifications of the original Constitution. Not that they were valid anyway, exactly, due to the Treaty of 1213. Washington, D.C., District of Columbia was established in 1871. At the same time, America was changed from a country to a corporation. The Corporation of the United States, in all capital letters, was created. This was done because the international banks did not want to...
Mm-hmm.
So everybody's like light fixtures. You're like a light fixture in a bankrupt company.
Did not want to start a relationship with a bankrupted nation. This also makes sense why these bitches can go bankrupt every 7 years. Because they are a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
They're not a sovereign nation. They're not even a fucking sovereign nation. All of that is smoke and mirrors. They're just a corporation.
That's why they had charters and bylaws.
Exactly. Exactly. At every single level. You don't believe us? Go pull it. Go type in your city and type up the charter for the city of blah, blah, blah. You're going to find that bitch. Read through it.
So that's why they hire their own CEO.
Exactly.
Vote for, they put in who they want.
You better fucking believe it. So it don't matter, whatever two candidates, they don't give a damn which one get in there. Cause that's both they people. They pick who's gonna sit in that seat. They give two options. At the end of the day, it's two options. But either one, it doesn't matter to them because they selected those options and they had already selected it. Now, I don't know if they're still doing the selecting at this particular place, but at one time they were doing it at Bohemian Grove, but that bitch was burnt to the ground recently and I was rolling and I was there for it. Because that's where they were doing the selecting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This dispensed with the original Constitution and Bill of Rights of the United States and implemented a new one. Not that they were valid via the 1213 Treaty. The British East Indian Company officially bought the new established corporation of the United States, hence the American flag, which they owned until it went into bankruptcy in 1933. All right, and I know y'all should know that. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my other computer up in case something jumps off. This just reaffirmed the British claim to the United States. If y'all don't believe this shit is a corporation, go look up the Duns numbers. Any government entity, city, state, locality, so that means your county level and all of that jazz, they have a DUNS number. Go look up the United States. You're going to see so many variations of the way the United States is spelled, the United States of America, and you're going to see how many times that bitch went bankrupt. You're going to see it. And if you follow the pattern, it's in like a 7-year mark. Because I think it just recently went bankrupt again. We know it went bankrupt in 2008. And I think it just went bankrupt again either in 2017 or 2018. Go look up the DUNS numbers. It's there, clear as day. This shit is about business. And you got people out here windmilling over the Vatican shit. And the king and them want to windmill over some shit that they're benefiting from. And we keep showing y'all this shit over and over and over and over again. And that's especially for indigenous melanated people. Are you fucking kidding me? Did you hear that the Pope decided to just come over here and take your shit? What you windmilling on their behalf for? All right.
You know,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
even the court system, you can look at the attorney's title, Esquire. Esquire is a title that comes out of the Bank of London. They are part of the British colony. So if you think you're going to win with an attorney Esquire, you can forget it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So to summarize today's bank's systems, it is the same as it was in 1213. We, the serfs and servants, pay taxes to the barons, the bankers, and governments. They then pass the money on to the next level of financial control, our reserve banks and royalty. However, it doesn't end there. The highest level bankers and royalty then pass their wealth on to the Vatican, who also controls all other religion. All right? All religion now.
All other religion.
Exactly. All other religion now, although we took and told y'all that. And folks out here windmilling on that shit. The control of other religions is, what is that, subterfuge? It is the old adage of divide and conquer. By breaking people up into different groups, it causes confusion and disunity. For almost 2 millennia, the Vatican has been able to divide people worldwide. Remember, regular people were mirrored in the Dark Ages for 1,000 years, while the Vatican hoarded all the knowledge and the world's wealth. They had 1,000 years head start on the rest of humanity. Yeah, and they basically changed the total history within that 1,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
They whitewashed the shit up, all of that. And that's just the minor part we're finding out with the whitewashing. With the Act of King John in 1213, he signed England and everything England ever did over to the Vatican, leaving us all to be their slaves. Everything you think, do, invent, discover is all owned by the Vatican, the home of evil on the earth. They've played us off against each other for years to keep their financial secret a secret.
But
child, let me drink
King
this water. God damn it, God damn it.
King John the Third or Fourth, whatever he was, wrote a letter, I forget which one it's called, that if you go over there and conquer that land, but as long as those Indians know their names, who they are, you leave their stuff alone.
But what authority did he have?
He was the Pope at the time, I guess.
I thought you said King John.
No, I mean Pope John.
Oh, okay. Ciao.
And he said, as long as they know the name. So what they did is come over here and start changing our names, changing our titles, changing the census books, and started making this Negro black colors and all that other junk.
Okay, yeah. Yes.
So nobody owns this stuff but us.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. The black nobility knew about this. Let me read that again. Yes. The black nobility knew about this. I'll just say that one last time, because it's fucking vindication for me. Yes, the black nobility knew about this. However, they have always answered to the Vatican, at least for the last 1700 years. These bloodlines have an agenda, and the Vatican is their spiritual home. It only takes a few Google searches to learn that the popes of the first millennium were evil Satan worshippers. The Vatican runs the world. It controls the British crown. The Vatican remained the controlling power over England and her subsidiaries, including the America. America is a subsidiary of Britain. You see, we are still under the Pope, who rules over all nations as he declared back in 1213. Damn. So this is the source for this. Child, you want me to read that other one, Brother Sean? Baby, that one was hitting.
Yeah.
All right, let me pull that up. Hunty. I just want to make sure my eyes reading that right. He did say the black nobility knew about this, right?
Yep.
And that they answered to the Vatican, right?
Yeah, the original popes were melanated.
Exactly. For the last 1700 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alrighty then. All right, let me pull the other one. But we didn't know what the fuck we was talking about when we said the black nobility. I just find it interesting now that it's shit coming out about the black nobility, who everybody wanted to windmill and cuss us the fuck out, that say didn't exist. Okay.
I like being crazy.
Yeah, you called, and I admit it. You right, I'm crazy than a motherfucker, because I ain't buying none of this shit they talking about. It's always been suspect to me. So you could keep calling me fucking crazy, because my crazy, I've been pretty fucking accurate. Ciao. Woo. Okay, so let me bring up this next one. Oh, yeah, this was the one I read. I didn't read that first one. I don't know how that first one got past me. Baby, I'm going to definitely save that one. Let me see when y'all able to see this. Okay, y'all can see it now. Oh, yeah, Cornell Law School, y'all. This is a very good source. When you're looking up like all of those statutes and codes, this is an excellent place to go. And all of you all that's fooling with that paperwork, if you really do your research and you look at each and every one of them codes people are referencing in that paperwork, you will see the mistakes in the people that's creating that paperwork. You will see it. Okay. All right. So this is Indian treaties. Child, here we go. I remember this one. In the early cases of Cherokee Nation versus Georgia and Worcester versus Georgia, the court, speaking by Chief Justice Marshall, held first that the Cherokee Nation was not a sovereign state within the meaning of that clause of the Constitution that extends the judicial power of the United States to controversies between a state or the citizen thereof and foreign states, citizens, or subjects. Second, it held the Constitution, by declaring treaties already made, as well as those to be made, to be the supreme law of the land. All right, now let me stop and wet my beak. So what did they say was the supreme law of the land?
Treaty.
Okay.
So when they bump us off in their little, populist speeches now that, oh, well, the Indians were here. Excuse me? Yeah? Weird. There's no buts.
Okay, so I'm gonna, because I done lost my place, y'all. That's what the hell I get. Second, it held the Constitution, by declaring treaties already made, as well as those to be made, to be the supreme law of the land, has adopted and sanctioned the previous treaties with the Indian nations, and consequently admits their ranking among those powers who are capable of making treaties. The words treaty and nation are words of our own language, selected in our diplomatic and legislative proceedings by ourselves, having each a definite and well understood meaning. We have applied them to Indians as we have applied them to other nations of the earth. They are all applied to all in the same sense. All right, so pretty much all across the planet, the indigenous people, they didn't struck up these motherfucking contracts, i.e. treaties. That's what they're calling them over here.
But the thing is, if you if you make up a treaty with people who bring you their constitution that's already invalid,
right?
Their constitution is already invalid.
It's fraud upon fraud upon fraud. Exactly.
Yeah, so your treaty stands over theirs because your treaty is still valid.
Right. But did you catch where they pretty much said that they wrote the shit up in their language and all of that, their legislative proceedings and all of that?
Yeah, so it's invalid with their legislative proceedings because their Congress code, I think it's number 17 or 18 of the Constitution.
Right.
So, and that's an invalid constitution, so they can't do it.
It's fraud upon fraud.
They just can't do it.
Right. It's all invalid, but just the pure fact that they admit that they wrote the shit up themselves according to their legislative process.
That's right.
What fucking type of contract is that? That's why I stand by what the fuck I'm saying, that melanated people have gotten caught in the spell of words.
Exactly. Foreign language.
And you let somebody else's contract, you let a motherfucker write the contract for your shit? And you're still continuing to do it. All right. So they conquered the world. Yeah, it was definitely by war, but they sealed that motherfucking deal with words, spells,
Exactly.
And then even their spell is not even valid. So when we tell you all that this shit is an illusion, we are literally telling you the fucking truth. And people still don't get it.
Why do they want you to take that hoochie coochie? So they have less people to deal with.
Later cases established that the power to make treaties with the Indian tribes were coexistence with the power to make treaties with foreign nations. That the states were incompetent to interfere with the rights created by such treaties. That as long as the United States recognized the national character of a tribe, its members were under the protection of treaties and of the laws of Congress and their property immune from taxation by the state. That a stipulation in an Indian treaty that laws forbidding the introduction, now this is interesting, of liquors into Indian territory was operative without legislation and binding on the courts, although the territory was within an organized county of a state, and that an act of Congress contrary to prior Indian treaty repealed it. So how did the liquor come into the territories again? That's
They were
interesting.
trafficking it.
What you say, Brother Sean?
They were trafficking it.
Okay, because yeah, because I thought I was misreading this because they were saying that it was forbidden. They didn't have a right to bring it in the territories, right?
Right. Because you see how our people is with that goddamn liquor.
It's, oh my God. And we think we can handle the liquor, but we really can't.
They talked about it in the movies. Remember Indians and Firewater, how many times they talked about how they got somebody drunk, some Indian chief drunk, or this, that, or the other.
Yep. We never was supposed to be fucking around with liquor like that.
You can't even sign a contract if you're inebriated or on drugs or out of your mind.
Well, it wasn't no drugs, and well, alcohol is a drug. It was that fucking liquor.
Well, even drunk, you can't. It's not.
Yeah, exactly. It's not valid.
It's not valid.
Right. It's not valid. Present status of Indian. Oh, and you know the Indians. Well, let's say the natives that's on those reservation. It's still a huge alcohol problem.
I think on that things I could be drunk too.
This shit is deep, y'all. So thinking about, you know, the wino standing on the corner, the melanated wino, puts things in a different light.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some of y'all heard some of, you know, the older folks say, oh, you know, such and so can't hold they liquor because they got Indian in their blood.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, yeah.
It's a gene. I think it's a B gene.
I think so too.
Yeah, that turns on and can't be turned off if you do liquor, because that's the genetic stopgap from us not drinking liquor.
Right. Damn, y'all. Present status of Indian treaties. Today, the subject of NDN treaties is a closed account in the constitutional law ledger. Huh?
Read it again.
Yeah, shit. Today, the subject of NDN treaties is a closed account in the constitutional law ledger.
In other words, look. They closed it off. We don't talk about it.
So it makes sense why I don't drink a lot. I'm not a heavy drinker. Makes sense? But child, let me tell you something. It's closed.
Mm-hmm.
By a writer inserted in the Indian Appropriation Act of March 3rd, 1871, it was provided that hereafter no Indian nation or tribe within the territory of the United States. Brother Sean, obviously I didn't read through all of this, honey, because baby.
They can't do it with an act because the treaty is the law of the land. So that act is void.
You missed the whole point. And none of the treaties valid. The only treaty that's valid, according to them, is the Treaty of 1213.
Exactly.
That's the reason.
That's the reason why they give no fucks. No fucks are given. So let me that hereafter no Indian nation or tribe within the territory of the United States shall be acknowledged or recognized as an independent nation, tribe, or power with whom the United States may contract by treaty. Provided further that nothing herein contained shall be construed to invalidate or impair the obligation of any treaty heretofore lawfully made and ratified with any such Indian nation or tribe. Subsequently, the power, and y'all, if we really want to dig deeper into what that means, you could jump to here too. Subsequently, the power of Congress to withdraw or modify tribal rights previously granted by treaties has been invariably upheld. So y'all see why the Native Americans, they fuck with they shit on a regular basis. No fucks are given. Although all of it is invalid anyway because of the 1213. Statutes modifying rights of members in tribal lands, granting a right of way for a railroad through land ceded by treaty to an Indian tribe. Damn. Or extending the application of revenue laws respecting liquor and tobacco over Indian territories, despite an earlier treaty exemption, have been sustained. So in other words, no fucks are truly given.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. When, on the other hand, definite property rights have been conferred upon individual Native Americans, whether by treaty or under an act of Congress, they are protected by the Constitution to the same extent and in the same way as the private rights of other residents or citizens of the United States. Did I read that right?
You sure did.
So what status is people talking about? Am I missing something in this?
Mm-mm.
So did I just read that the Native American status is the same as a citizen, United States citizen status? Because I don't want to lie upon these words.
That's their words, Cornell. That's their law place. That's their go-to spot.
Yep. And this is what all people, when y'all dealing with the law and y'all pulling up the motherfucking statutes and codes, this where you need to be hitting. And I guarantee you, people floating around that paperwork, you're going to be able to poke holes in that shit. When we tell y'all they got this shit on lock, we didn't make it up. They're not fucking playing with y'all. All right. So Native Americans, y'all running around here like you all that in a bag of chips. Not all of y'all. You have no more rights than a resident or citizen. Hence, the court held that certain Indian allottees, under an agreement according to which, in part, consideration of their relinquishment of all their claims to tribal property, they were to receive in severalty allotments of land that were to be non-taxable for a specified period, acquired vested rights of exemption from state taxation that were protected by the Fifth Amendment against abrogation by Congress. So you got to be bullshitting me. So I'm going to take your entire territory.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you this much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tax you for that at the...
For a certain period.
For a certain motherfucking period. That shit ain't even forever and forever and forever, ever, ever. A regular staple of each term's docket of the court is one or two cases calling for an interpretation of the rights of Native Americans under some treaty arrangements, vice versa, or they say vice versa, the federal government or the states. Thus, though no treaties have been negotiated for decades, and none presumably, ever will again, litigation concerning old treaties will go away. Damn, y'all.
But you see how it went from Indian to Native American?
I see that. Yes, it did. Damn. There you have it. This right here, I'm done. You understand me? I'm done. Right the fuck here. I'm done. Close the count.
You know, but the problem is King John didn't have the right to sell something that wasn't his. This is not his land.
No, it's not. It's not.
Contract with the Pope over.
Right. That don't have shit to do with the indigenous people of the Americas.
Nothing to do with it.
So basically, they're saying the indigenous Indian treaties, if there were any, that shit is closed. So the Native American, am I reading now? Tell me, Brother Sean, if I'm misreading this shit, please correct me. Please, 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 please do. But when they get to the Native American shit, they pretty much admitting that they, claim that they had the land, which we know they didn't have the land because they fucking admitted right here that they didn't close the ledger on the indigenous Indian people, gave these people that and made them fucking sign it over because that was the original agreement for the Native Americans to carry that fucking title.
Mm-hmm.
They had to sign everything over that wasn't theirs in the first place.
So good.
That's why today they have no standing.
Exactly.
And they take everything from them. Because they're just like a citizen.
They're managing their treaty just like they did, their trust, like they do any other citizen.
They have no trust.
They have no, according to this, where the fucking trust at? There is none. They said today, the subject of Indian treaties is a closed account in the constitutional law ledger. What treaty?
So
what trust? What account? The shit
And
is
it said that
closed. Sorry,
it
go ahead.
also said Congress has the right to alter any of them.
Sure do. Sure do.
So what they gonna give back? They just gonna change the laws.
That's all, because that's what they're saying they can do. And the fact that the shit is invalid anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So people, do y'all understand when we talk about this paperwork game? Do y'all get what the fuck we saying?
Let's put it like this. They're talking about present status of Indian treaties.
Mm-hmm.
So they're talking about what's going on right now. So all that shit they talking about in the past don't mean shit to these people at all, period. So anybody that's talking anything about treaties or trying to do this or trying to do that, now you see why you keep running into obstacles. They don't give a fuck. They got it right there in writing for the whole fucking universe to see. Who you gonna explain something to? They already told you they ain't fucking with you. Case closed. I don't want to hear shit. Nothing.
Child.
That's why they don't give a fuck.
I mean, no fucks are truly straight up given.
They feed off your suffering and your crime, your protesting, your voting. They feed off of that shit. They suck your energy. They pull it out your soul.
Indeed.
And you think it's about rights. What rights do you think you have in war? They took it. They killing us. And y'all talking about what part of war don't you get? You're scared of the cucarachas. You're scared of the injection. You're scared of the sky daddy. You're scared of the daddy that's supposed to be in the ground. You scared of black people. You scared of white people. You scared of the immigrants. Where the warrior spirits at? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Trying to fight a war with they shit that they can alter at will. That's why they said the Constitution is a living, breathing document. Because they can keep altering it. And you give it life.
That's right.
By claiming it like it's God. Oh, the Constitution say this. Oh, the Constitution say that. And what they do? Pow! What you say? Could you speak a little louder? Oh, you can't. I just killed you in front of the whole world. And I'm finna get off for it.
Yep.
I digress.
Whew. All right, y'all. Woo. Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you for bringing this up. So y'all see where you can get that. This is, because it can get tricky when you're going into the Cornell thingy-majig. So I'll drop the link in the chat. Thank you for sharing that, brother, because God damn. I knew that paperwork was a trap, but we told them they hit that shit on lock, stock, and barrel. The Nightbot is still tripping, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. Shit. I didn't shut that goddamn bot down. And it's still sitting up here harassing people. I apologize, y'all. Clarence, Sweet Pea, I apologize. God damn it. I'm going to have to delete that bot because I didn't went back and I shut that off for them because it's shutting y'all down because y'all putting your little emojis in there. So, Rhonda, it's me. That is the cutest little thing. You said, who agreed to this bullshit? Exactly, sis. I like your little emoji. Goddamn bot. And I don't see what, yeah, well, I apologize, y'all. So that's not me timing y'all out. It's this bot, this out of control bot. So I'll have to delete that. I tried something new, and what I programmed, it said the hell with what the fuck I programmed. It's just doing its own thing. So I am going to see if I can shut it off right now because that's pissing me off. Okay, so hopefully it's shut off now, y'all. Okay. Woo, thank you, Brother Sean, for that. That's a trip.
So that includes all that shit the Moors talking about.
Yep.
All of the treaties they swear by.
Honey, swear and die by. That's why they keep getting locked the fuck up. And then they don't even stick and be consistent with the shit. Because they want to bring up some Morocco shit, and that's why they keep getting locked the fuck up. So y'all can keep fucking around with them if you want to. Because no fucks are given. Damn. Child. All right, y'all. Damn, Brother Sean. Thank you for bringing that into play. So now we know it's the 1213 treaty that John had with the Vatican because his ass got into debt and couldn't climb out of debt. And the Vatican give no fucks about what other side agreements they may have. They don't give a fuck about none of that because they're still holding them basically to the original loan. But anything that they do, the Vatican ultimately gets that, the majority of that profit. So to keep it real, that means that the crown, they're really only managing these colonies.
Mm-hmm.
So the crown is really only managing the colonies. And the people that they are calling the presidents and all of that, they just work for the crown, which works for the Vatican. So those of you that know that paperwork side of the game with that BC, do y'all see why that BC rolls from that local county level to the state level to the corporate level, which is the federal level? And I think the IMF, which the IMF ultimately rolls up to the Vatican. Are y'all seeing this connection?
Nightbot's still at it.
Damn. Yeah, I don't know how to delete that Nightbot. I done logged out of that bitch and everything. Ciao.
Oh, the Nightbot popped up and said something. I'm only trying to help. Stop spamming words, phrases.
Yeah, but Nightbot, I told you to leave folks the fuck alone. Oh, it turned it back on. I disabled it. I literally turned that shit off. Now I'm finna watch it. Okay, so I'm gonna watch it because I just turned it off again, and I'm gonna leave it up.
Everybody can block it.
Huh?
People can block it. I just blocked it.
Oh, how you block it?
Hit them 3 buttons on the side of the message from Nightbot.
And put them in timeout.
It say that you can block it.
I don't see block. I could
report. It say report or block when you hit the 3 buttons.
Oh yeah. I don't want to report them because in their motherfucking defense, I was the one that programmed it.
Well, you could block it. Everybody can do that individually.
Yeah, sorry, y'all. And then I'm gonna remove him and then hide him. Okay, so let's see. No, what you say? Give a bitch an inch and he'll take a mile. Ain't that y'all see what the fuck I'm talking about with these robots and computers? And I didn't program his bitch ass to do none of that. And the shit that I programmed him to do, because I just programmed him to put the likes and the share and subscribe, his punk ass ain't put not nary of a line item on the shit I programmed him to do. Shit. So, all right, I just hid his ass. So I'm just going to delete that account. Shit. Okay. Ciao. Oh, that go brother 832. All right, brother, here I come. Before we get into the what's the face stuff. Brother Sean, honey, you know I'm going to have nice herbal refreshment on that goddamn after this show, because baby. Okay, brother 832, you should be okay. There you are.
Roger! Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
Treaty 1213. You done put up a whole lot of shit on the mountain for me today, but let me just make one quick comment about the naked black Greeks. And this is,
so you
it's a little X-rated for the chillins in the kitchen, though,
Right, pull them out.
I knew.
Go ahead. Oh,
I knew. Did some wrestling, and I can't remember the name of the person he wrestled, but he bit off his dick.
Show did,
and testicles during the match. So,
Show did.
I don't know.
Show did. But people want to talk about what melanated people don't do. How you gonna get into what man you know that's what you gonna go for? Really, bruh? You couldn't have just kicked him in the nuts?
And you thought Mike Tyson nibbling on Evander Holyfield's ear was a little homosexual. I mean, well, all right. Now let me throw another little piece to your definition.
Remember Mutua? What did he say one of them Anunnaki did to him?
Who?
Remember the dude in South Africa who said he was in communication? I could be butchering his name, and I apologize for that up in advance. I think it was Mutua, who was in communications with the Anunnaki. He said,
Was he abducted and had an anal probe or whatever all these other white folks say?
it wasn't no probe, baby. That was straight up sex.
Well, isn't that an anal probe? The basis of homosexuality?
Well, I mean, sex is sex. In people that's homosexual.
Well, I don't know if sex is you being violated. Is it sex?
Well, he didn't say he was violated, though. That's the thing. He didn't say that he raped him. He was with the shit.
And he was ashamed.
Well, that sounds consensual.
It was consensual, but he said he was ashamed afterwards. But he was with it. So it ain't like he forced him, but it was a form of a ritual. So, and not to say I'm trying to down what people do in their bedroom as consenting adults. That is your business.
Well, no,
I don't give a fuck.
We're just repeating what we played.
I'm just saying it for myself. Exactly.
What Zechariah Sitchin claimed in, what is it? It's a translation of cuneiform. But he said, according to Anu, said that they were doing a wrestling for dominion, right? On who would sit on the throne, right? And homeboy jacked his jewels, bit them off, and spit them at him. Nah, I'm sorry, not trying to be too good. It's the chillings in the kitchen.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
That's what they said, though.
Okay, circling back to add a little addendum to what you did, because I don't know if you were referencing this, but this is American Indian law in the Cornell University subsection. American Indian law, in U.S. law, the term quote unquote Indians refers generally to the indigenous peoples of the continent at the time of European colonization. Quote, Alaska natives, unquote, and quote, Native Hawaiians, unquote, refer to peoples indigenous to the areas occupied by those named states. The terms tribe or band designate a group of Indians of the same or similar heritage united in a community under one leadership or government and inhabiting a particular territory. Because Indians have increasingly preferred nation or people, the term tribe has become controversial. The terms used may vary from statute to statute and case to case as well. States may recognize particular Indian groups, even if the federal government does not recognize the group. To determine whether a group will be recognized, courts and legislatures examine such factors as the extent of Indian governmental control over individual lives and activities, the extent to which the group exercises political control over specific territory, and the continuity of the group's federal history. Now, this is the key point here, this next paragraph. Federal law recognizes a special kind of Indian sovereign authority to govern themselves, subject to an overriding federal authority. Indian tribes are considered by federal law to be, quote, domestic dependent nations, unquote. I think I'm rewind. Federal authority. Indian tribes are considered by federal law to be, quote, domestic dependent nations, unquote. Congress enacted this sovereign authority to protect Indian groups from state authority. This sovereign authority extends to Indian tribal courts, which adjudicate matters relating to Indian affairs. The United States Supreme Court heard a case in 2008 concerning the extent of tribal courts' jurisdiction in Plains Commerce Bank versus Long Family Cattle Company. The United States Supreme Court reaffirmed a long-held principle that tribes do not have jurisdiction over non-Indians conducting activity on a non-Indian fee simple, even if on an Indian reservation. unless the activity threatens the welfare of the tribe. Excuse me, what's that pipeline? What do they call it? How many different pipelines? What are you talking about?
The prison to pipeline
that are still in dispute. They're still in dispute. They may have been suspended, but they're still in dispute. I think the most famous we're talking now is Lakota Sioux Nation in the North and South Dakota region. There are numerous federal statutes dealing with Indian rights and governance, such as, and this is it, I'm going to wrap this up with this, the Indian Reorganization Act and the Indian Civil Rights Act, also known as the Indian Bill of Rights. And this code is 28 U.S.C. Code 1360. Deals with state civil jurisdiction in actions in which Native Americans are parties. I just thought I'd throw that on YouTube.
Indeed.
Hadn't saw that.
Indeed.
But what really was concerning me, and this is a modified fuckery report.
Modified.
Are you familiar with the Alien Torts Claims Act? Okay. In today's news, and I forgot the name, one of the brothers was named Blassingame, I believe is the officer's name, who had the N-word hurled at him. He said he lost count. But he and another Sydney, oh gosh, what is the officer's name? Because I just saw it like earlier this evening on the local news. Well, it was on CNN, I think. But anyway, the point is this. 2 specific Capitol Police officers are filing a lawsuit against Donald John Trump as a tort. Now, you know the significance between a tort and a crime. Now, this is something that the matriarch Queen Mother Cheryl kind of illuminated for me. A crime is against a governmental entity. A tort is the official definition of a crime against an individual.
Okay.
An individual live being or a group of people, or what did we just hear from Cornell Law? A nation or a people.
Right.
Not a tribe or a band. Okay. Check this out. Alien Tort Claims Act of 1789, also known as Alien Tort Statute. U.S. law, originally a provision of the Judiciary Act of 1789, that grants to the United States federal courts original jurisdiction over any civil action brought by an alien, quote unquote, a foreign national, for a tort in violation of international law or a U.S. treaty, which you've already voided with 1213, my good brother Sean. But just for the sake of what they put in their legal construction, okay? A tort is any wrongful act not involving a breach of contract. Interesting. Keep that in mind. Not involving business being violated, a breach of contract, for which a civil suit can be brought, as in the case of these 2 police officers against another individual, allegedly the former president of the United States of America. Beginning in the 1980s, the Alien Tort Claims Act was used as the basis of suits against individuals for violations of international human rights law. From the mid-1990s, it was also used against corporations for complicity in human rights violations and for environmental crimes. Now, listen to these court cases, which this might, as you say, blow your wig back. In 1980, the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit ruled in Filartiga versus Peña Irala that the ATCA could be used to sue a Paraguayan police officer for acts of torture that he had committed in Paraguay. The well-established universal prohibition of torture under international law, the court held, must be honored in United States courts, regardless of the nationality of the victim or the perpetrator. In a later decision, Wewa versus Royal Dutch Petroleum, in case y'all don't know that's Royal Dutch Shell out of Pretoria, South Africa. The second court permitted Nigerian immigrants in 1995 in the United States to sue 2 foreign holding companies for their alleged participation in human rights abuses committed against the Ogoni people of Nigeria by Nigerian government forces. Now, again, remember now, this is a Paraguayan incident between a Paraguayan and a Nigerian incident done by Nigerian governmental forces instituted in a United States court. You understand what I'm saying? So we keep that in mind. Mm-hmm. The case also involved allegations of coercive land appropriation and claims of air and water pollution. The companies eventually settled out of court in 2009 for $15.5 million. In 1996, in Mushikiwabo versus Barayagiwiza, a United States district court awarded $105 million to 5 Rwandan citizens for the torture and execution of their relatives by government forces and Hutu militias during the Rwandan genocide of 1994. Also in 1996, a group of human rights activists sued the UnCal Corporation. I know you know that's out of California. Mm-hmm. The UnCal Corporation under the Alien Torts Claims Act on behalf of anonymous John Doe, Burmese, which is now Myanmar that we're hearing in the news today, mm-hmm. farmers, alleging the company's complicity in human rights abuses committed by Burmese security forces, including forced labor, forced relocation, rape, and murder, in connection with the construction of the Yadana natural gas pipeline in southern Myanmar. Doe versus UnCal was settled in 2005 for an undisclosed sum. Now, I won't go any further than that because there's a couple more examples where they show people who tried to use it for environmental racism claims. Mm-hmm. They got shut down, according to in a similar manner as our good brother Sean has shared with us tonight about how they're locking this stuff down and saying, as you say eloquently, my good sister, no fucks are given. But here's the point that I'm raising. Are we or are we not alien to the federal corporation I call the United Snakes of America? And I mean in their definition of what is a foreign national. Now, we're not foreign to our own homeland, but we are foreign to an invading force, are we not? Mm-hmm. Secondly, all of these court cases are in their fraudulent kangaroo court system. Don't you find it interesting? Not one of them are referring to a Native American claim of violation. That's the reason why I brought up, the Keystone Pipeline, if you. Well, there's another one. Did you hear the news yesterday about the poor broke Negro Indians in Memphis, Tennessee? It's another section of the pipeline, possibly Keystone or some derivative pipeline that's trying to displace them. Did you hear about that? Mm-mm. That was something I just saw in the news yesterday. So again, like I said, this is a slightly modified fuckery report. Okay. But I'm coming to this point in the context of everything you said. Sean, please clarify for me, just like Rhonda asked you, what the fuck did the Treaty of 1213 declare, essentially? Because I want to operate in the correct context.
At the Vatican, the Vatican got all the power.
Okay. Vatican. Since you're going to go back to the Pilgrims in a week or two, Rhonda, if I'm not mistaken, part of the original discussion was the Charter of Georgia, the colony Georgia, where he said what you said about sending his boys in there, rummy my ends, in perpetuity. Yeah. And whatever the fuck you need to do, change the motherfucking law, rewrite the charter. But that was the colony of what? Georgia? On my mind?
Yep, Georgia.
Okay. So 1213 means what? Not so much from what their frame of reference or what no fucks are given. None are authorized, isn't it? That's the whole basis of fraud. That's what we keep talking about. Or at least that's why I keep talking about fraud.
Absolutely.
That none of the treaties, which is these Moorish science Negroes want to tell us, is the ultimate law of the land. Correct?
Yep.
Allegedly.
Right.
But then what is the basis of the Treaty of 1213 stating? Because I'm confused, you know. They're saying, what is this vicar of God on earth shit that the Pope is entitled himself? Yeah? Representing who?
Right.
We know that they have no jurisdiction. They are foreign to the planet. Remember, can we circle back on that story we had about Steely Dan? What did Steely Dan tell them? Pale skin, foreign invading Frenchmen who were upset with the indigenous folks making a rap song saying, fuck France. And what compelled this judge of their court system to say that those white people were not native to France, they were not native to anywhere on planet Earth. Now, I don't, again, that, by the way, was in 2015.
Yeah, I'm surprised that judge even said that shit. He must have been in his liquor or was just fed up. But go ahead on, brother.
So, as I've said before in a different way, an American, not Negro, but again, a definition of 1828 Webster's Dictionary. An American is the copper-colored original inhabitants of Turtle Island. Okay? An American was stamped property by the criminal invading colonists sent here under the direction of King George III, allegedly outlined by King John and the Treaty of 1213, supposedly co-signed in 1452 by Dum Diversus, or the Doctrine of Discovery, of sending out an alien invading force wherever the earth, traversing the planet, and doing what to the indigenous, aboriginal, autochthonous populations worldwide. Now, no matter what's happening in all these other places, and even Central and South America, the Asian, Eurasian panorama, and certainly we won't have to go into Africa. The original colony was Africa around somewhere in there where they like to call Morocco today. Isn't that what it was originally? A small region state was called Africa under what was that? Some supposed centurion Greek general Africanus?
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't give a shit.
Right. Right.
But I'm saying, essentially, all of this stuff is reiterating the same thing. That what's written is what I declare. And no matter what's written, I'm going to modify it, as I believe I heard Brother Sean just say. So I'm going to change the rule. I'm going to keep moving the goalposts. That sounds suspiciously a lot like Lucy and Charlie Brown. And that dumbass motherfucker keep trying to kick the football.
Keep trying to kick it. And Lucy get his ass every time. She sweet talks him every time to kick that fucking ball. Yep.
And we keep engaging these people who have no jurisdiction, who are alien. And again, I stress, Alien Tort Claims Act. You feel me? Now, I'm not saying to go and do it or not. I'm talking strategy here, big picture. So each and every individual, just like I've said before repeatedly about identity theft, we're talking about anywhere from 40 to 50 million misidentified Negro, colored, Black, African Americans who have been stamped such as to turn the original indigenous American into property equals chattel slavery, stamped African, right?
Yeah.
Made in America. Now that's where you get with the African American. Made in America. What happens when something is made and product on an assembly line? That's property, right?
Right.
So attaching oneself to any of those labels is making. I don't care what you want to call it. Whether you call it religious, you call it belief system, or you want to call it spiritual. You're disrespecting your origin from your own frame of reference.
Yep.
By handing yourself over to become property. And in all these property rights, because again, remember now, they said that first when we told this lie about the Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and the pursuit of property, not happiness. They changed that happiness shit when it came codified for public, presentation. But their intention, and always has been and always will be, is the pursuit of property. Okay, so then what is the ultimate property? The original inhabitants.
Exactly.
Right? That is the edict that was sent out by the Pope and Dum Diversas. The doctrine of discovery is, how you discovering some shit already is there?
Exactly.
When you go discover it, what do you do to the population that exists there? You now claim them.
Exactly.
Well, this says the Alien Tort Claims Act, right?
Mm-hmm.
And each and every incident is based on an individual violation of a human being or a live person.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I'm not sure which one of these ignorant Negroes who are barristers and attorneys of the British, accredited registry, the bar.
Right.
Who do you think we would have that would be receptive enough to listen to us while they're indoctrinated by the Cornell Law Library of the United States, the United Snakes Statutes and Codes? Okay. As we watch this play out, now I could care less about whether or not these two police officers get adjudicated in their behalf.
Right.
Because this is the criminals adjudicating their criminal behavior. Now, if they dare break ranks and put the supposed CEO, Chief Executive Officer, the former President of the United States, culpable, accountable, or liable for turning a mob, a lynch mob, a white supremacist domestic terrorist mob. That is what we saw on January 6th, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you do, and you can Google it, it's like 40-page document that this particular lawsuit and the chapter and verse that whoever they got as their legal eagle, an expert, girl, it's gonna put. He brought in the debate. Proud Boys, stand back, stand by. He brought in less than 24 hours later, which happened to have an Hispanic, so-called white Hispanic, as the leader of the Proud Boys. The very next day say, standing by, sir. And then they chapter and versed everything on the incidents of violation of incitement, calling them to here, stirring them up, stating it's going to be a wild time, sending them down the street. And then in the nerve said, I'll be with you. But he whispered over to the side, keep the limo running, right? That's what a coward does, right? Well, what Big Mama used to say about throw a rock and hide your hand.
Mm-hmm.
This typical type behavior of you go and, the Klan don't come one at a time, do they?
It's always
the lynch mob comes as a pack of wolves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So under their supposed jurisprudence in 1789, do you find it interesting that all of these foreigners, literally offshore, other nations, are getting adjudication in the millions, tens of millions? $105 million was awarded to Rwandan citizens. Did you know it? Did you know that when you watched the movie Hotel Rwanda with Don Cheadle?
Mm-mm.
But I'll give you this caveat, this along with what you said about shutting shit down, closing the lock on them Native Americans that you made reference to earlier. In 2004, the United States Supreme Court issued the first of two decisions that significantly limited the scope of lawsuits that could be brought under the Alien Tort Claims Act. In Sosa v. Alvarez Machang, the court held that the ATCA applies only to violations of the international norms that are, quote, specific, universal, and obligatory. And it determined that general prohibitions against arbitrary arrest and detention did not meet the standard. Hello, George Floyd? And in 2013, the court ruled in Cowbell versus Royal Dutch Petroleum regarding the foreign petroleum corporation's alleged complicity in human rights abuses in Nigeria, that the ATCA generally does not apply to torts committed in foreign countries. So in other words, they tried to close the floodgates after they had all these rulings come from all these other foreign countries about people being violated by their own government and their own members of their society in other countries. Though exceptions are possible in cases where, quote, the claims touch and concern the territory of the United States, unquote, with sufficient force. Now, do you think we might fall into that category? I'll repeat that last sentence. It says, where the claims touch and concern the territory of the United States of America. Now, are we the territory or are we the people? You feel me?
Yep.
This is what we seem to be completely, totally, what did you say, Sandra? Hoodwink? Bamboozled? Hornswoggled? Led astray? And by the way, did you see the latest book that they've now gone and did The Dead Shall Rise about Malcolm X? Have you heard about that, Ron? It's very interesting. It's been studied for over 30 years by a very famous Black journalist, Larry Payne, and his daughter. And it's being released, I think, or maybe it was just released, that the anniversary on February 21st of the assassination. So when we continue to bestow, first of all, what they never have and never will have, authority. So that's the first problem, the authority.
Right.
Then we get this basis of what is called jurisdiction, right? How, explain to me, and I know it's rhetorical, how in the hell does a foreigner have any jurisdiction on somebody else's land?
Exactly.
And whether we understand that clearly or not, the court filings, and I'm not saying this this is not about paper, it's not about fiat currency, it's not about fake, transaction. It's about documenting the record, if you will. For me, let me put it this way, from my perspective, that the filing of any torts on an individual or group class action basis, there is, and Queen Mother has said this before, but there is the ability to file an individual claim of identity theft with the Department of Justice through the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That was the domain of the house nigger, transvestite, homosexual, passing for a white man, one drop rule Negro, J. Edgar Hoover. These things will come to bear. Because I believe, again, this is just my perspective, it's my story, I'm sticking with it, that when we declare it in the act of filing the paperwork, not to get something out of paperwork, that's two different things. The same thing as going and digging up your own family record, which comes through some paperwork record, not because we've been removed for 1,000 years from the oral tradition. And there's a sister called, I think you know her, Chief Janice, that talked recently about some stuff that's going from your backwoods days out there in Atlanta. And some of what she's pushing as an agenda with what you call land patents or whatever, the acquisition of understanding when you can trace in your family record somewhere a patch of dirt your ancestor's name was put upon. That's the type of activity we should be encouraging. Because again, it's not the pursuit of the paperwork. It's to get a starting point of the fraud. Because what people don't understand, fraud is perennial, it's perennial and it's in perpetuity. It's unending. But until the fraud is claimed, the clock circled back to the first incident of fraud. And what did our good brothers just tell us tonight? That's 1213.
Yes, it is.
In interacting with these criminals. So it doesn't matter what piece of paper you attach yourself to.
Right.
When you do, and you identify where you're from, you are born there. So that means whatever one of these 50 states in this corporate enterprise of the United Snakes of America, you were born there, that's your stake. You identify your family record and trace it back to when a first ancestor was defrauded with a piece of paper. You feel what I'm saying? That's my approach to this, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
That gives you something stronger to stand on to now stake your claim and your destiny going forward. Because until we have 40 to 50 million individual families and households doing something of this magnitude, now we're talking about a tipping point. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Without firing a shot. Don't get me wrong. Some blood is going to be shed because ours is already being shed.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, are we going to have eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, burning for a burning, pint of blood for a pint of blood? Because you ain't got to go home. I don't give a damn where that is or where you think you're from. But you got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
All right. Thank you, brother 832. Dropping some jewels as usual. We truly, truly appreciate you, brother. Thanks much.
Indeed.
Okay, family. So right quick, I want to show you Elizabeth the First. So hold on a second. I showed y'all last week. And before I do that, let me just refresh your memory of her participation in the fuck shit. Shit, where was she at? I'm back on the 1213 treaty, the Treaty of 1213. So where was her ass involved in this? Because I want y'all to keep in mind when we're running all this stuff down, who was really whom. Okay, so on December 31st, 1600, the British East Indian Company received its royal charter from Queen Elizabeth I. This meant that everything the British East Indian Company did was ultimately owned by the Vatican. All right. So we thought that those of us that know this particular piece of history, that East Indian Company, I don't know if it was a trust, contract, whatever the case may be, how they set it up legally. We thought that was Queen Elizabeth's shit, when it was really the Vatican's, right? So let me just show y'all real quick a picture of her. Where am I at? I got to shut this one down. Okay, this display capture. Let me see YouTube. Why isn't display capture showing up? There it is. Let me see when y'all can see it. Okay, we just dropped there for a minute. All right. See? Y'all see Elizabeth I? I showed y'all this last week. There go George III. Okay, so just so we're clear, because I don't ever want us to lose sight on who is whom. Okay? All right. Now, the other thing that I kind of pulled up right quick, and we finna get into, y'all, the Terra Papers. Y'all know how we go. Shit, y'all know how we roll. When we get on something, goddamn, we get on something. So the Smithsonian's funk ass, they got something on the Magna Carta, and I don't give a damn about King Henry and all of that jazz. I was trying to get to them dollars that was owed. So let me just show y'all this. We're not going to read through the whole thing because they got some fuckery in here regarding what Wes's face was doing and his old lady. Which I don't give a damn about that. Okay, y'all should be seeing it in just a minute. A couple seconds anyway. There you go. Okay, so this the Smithsonian. Y'all can see this is from they shit, the Mad King and Magna Carta. Now, anyone that's not familiar with the Smithsonian, they are a huge gatekeeper of whitewashing history. Not only whitewashing history, but also even stuff that folks think are myths and legends. So all of the relics, specifically like the large giants, I'm assuming some of the technology, all of that shit. The Smithsonian has been a huge cover-up because it said when they were terraforming over here in the Americas and folks was digging shit up, Smithsonian was called in to gather that stuff up. All right? Okay, so still to this day, Smithsonian is always in the mix. So when you hear about them in the news, Smithsonian did this and that, just please know some fuck shit is involved. Okay, so the title of this is The Mad King and Magna Carta. Now, I'm not going to read this first stuff because I don't give a damn about King Henry hoarding. I don't give a damn. I want to get to these dollars. So, the world had written laws long before King John and Magna Carta. I don't give a fuck about that either, about the Sky Daddy and Moses and the Rome. I don't give a fuck about that. Okay, I do kind of care about this. Stone tablets survive from Mesopotamia, bearing laws written in what? Sumerian, which is a derivative of what? Cuneiform. And who brought cuneiform language? The Anunnaki. Around 2100 BC, Magna Carta, which comprises 63 clauses spelling out in dense legalese. So y'all should see how far back the motherfucking legalese go. And why when folks come in their courts trying to fuck around with their legalese and paperwork, you get your ass handed to you? Some of the basic laws of medieval England, and which is often thought of as England's first statute, fits into this tradition. So it's saying, oh shit, I'm trying to get to the money, y'all. Let's see if I want to read all of this. I don't give a fuck about that. All right, I'm trying to get to the money, y'all. Oh, okay. This is why that 1066, if y'all was listening earlier when we were reading the other document, this particular document, when I told y'all when y'all researching the surnames and the surnames of Europe, you're always going to see those older names coming back to 1066. And this makes sense. When the Normans invaded England in 1066, they continued to issue written legal codes, often when a new king was crowned. Okay, John's father, Henry II, had been particularly an enthusiastic, y'all know what I'm trying to say, legal reformer. He created swaths of new legal processes and is often described as the father of English common law, that body of custom and precedent that complements statutory law. So the point of the Magna Carta in 1215 was not to invent law to fill the vacuum of anarchy. Rather, it was to restrain a king who was using his legal powers rather too kingly. Okay, so I'm trying to get to the money. So I guess I got to scroll down because I'm trying to get to where, here we go. John was a legal whiz. He knew the machinery of government inside and out and the best ways to manipulate it to take his subjects' money. He would entangle his barons in massive debts to the crown and then use the court to strip their wealth. Okay, they're talking about King John. Okay, because this is the story that they give of why the Magna Carta is the founding document of the Constitution and all of that bullshit. So as king, he was entitled to charge his nobles fees known as fines for inheriting land and titles and getting married. There was an understanding that these would be levied at reasonable rates, but John ignored it and charged some mind-blowing sums. In 1214, he charged one man $13,000, something like 17 million or more today, for permission to marry. John also set the military tax known as squattage, by which a knight could buy his way out of military service to the crown at exorbitant rate, and he charged huge fees for his subjects to obtain justice in his court. All right, so I'm not gonna read all of this, but I just kind of wanted to remind you all of why they are saying the Magna Carta was put into place, because supposedly and allegedly King John was fleecing the nobles. All right. Okay. And then they said, then there was the church. In 1207, John fell out with Pope Innocent III over the appointment of new Archbishop of Canterbury. The king claimed the right to approve the appointment. So did the Pope. A bitter standoff ensued. Innocent first placed England under interdict, a sentence banning all church service. Okay, so this is kind of going into what we were talking about in the other document. Okay, so I know what they're going to say in this particular document. They're going to say that King John and Pope Innocence III, they were going back and forth over which particular document was valid. Because the Pope said that bullshit Magna Carta ain't it. So they're going to say that King John and Pope Innocence was going back and forth. But then I take that back. They're going to say that the nobles, I apologize, they're going to say that the nobles wanted the Magna Carta against King John because he was taxing the shit out of them. Where versus what we read here, it clearly states that the Pope don't give a fuck about Magna Carta, because this treaty King John signed off on because he owed them ends. Okay? So I just kind of wanted to bring this up of the narrative that the gatekeeper, Smithsonian, is putting out about this Magna Carta. Okay?
You know
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, sis.
You know what bothers me is that word land. It's the law of the land. Whose land? What land? Is it the Pope's land? You know, because how can they have any right over anywhere when they came from a serious B? That's where they came from, because they're in the inner earth. So what land do they have on this planet that's theirs?
Agreed.
Anything they write, they're making up as they go along. It's just they pulled it out of the sky that everybody on this planet belongs to Satan. Everybody on this planet is chattel property. Everything you earn it for me and my prodigy. And
right, but let's back it up though. This is the fucked up part about it.
All right.
Because really, the agreement, that treaty, is between John and the Pope.
Yeah.
That don't have shit to do with the indigenous people of the Americas. Now, I can't speak on other nations. I'll have to research it, and to be honest, I don't give a fuck.
and they took the land from the indigenous folks over there.
Right, but
So-
I'm not. I ain't researched that. So people in other lands, you got to research your own stuff. So I'm trying to stay focused here. So the agreement, that 1213, was agreement between those two parties.
Period.
Because King John was in debt.
Exactly.
So anything this is the agreement that King John signed because he was in debt. So any type of property or revenue that blood ran across,
it was his stuff. Yeah.
He had to pay back to the Pope.
I mean, it's worse than a husband going out gambling with the family fortune. He gambled the whole world.
Well, it's even deeper than that. Because in that husband's defense, if he gambles the family fortune, that is still part of his family, right? But how the fuck you gonna gamble your family's fortune and then come over and gamble my family fortune? Motherfucker, you ain't in my family.
We don't have any party to that contract.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. We were no party to that contract.
So it's not valid for us.
None of it is valid. So even when the king sent his boys and them over here, none of that shit was valid.
Because the contract was even drafted before they even came here. So that's not us. They have nothing to do with us.
Right. Although Elizabeth set up the East Indian Company, that shit still was not legally binding.
Because we're not a party to that contract. That treaty.
We had nothing to do with that contract. The indigenous people had nothing to do with that contract. It was a business agreement between the crown and the Vatican.
Like I said, it's worse than family fortune, man. If the white woman would do that.
The thing is, he didn't gamble nothing away.
Huh?
He was the Pope's bitch.
True that.
Period.
True that.
Pope said, go out and get me shit. You owe me.
You owe me, exactly.
So that's all he done was follow what the Pope told him to do.
Which would make sense. Would that not make sense? Why England went around colonizing? The shit makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It makes perfect sense.
But then times came where he had to remind them. Look, I mean, I know you in the spotlight and everything. I'm letting you in front of the camera.
Right.
I'm letting you say that this, that, or the other is yours.
This your shit, right.
You got to remember whose bitch you are.
That's
Run
right.
me my ends.
Run me my motherfucking ends. Let's be clear.
I will fuck up your whole bloodline, bitch. It's all mine. Don't forget it.
Like
write as many charters as you want.
I don't give a damn.
Change up all the shit you want to. I got you right here, bitch. 1213.
Right. You gonna run me mine. Exactly.
It all come back to me. I don't give a fuck about what nobody think about the rest of that shit. I don't care what you told them in order to get shit. You come back and see me. I don't care who comes see you, but you come see me, bitch, through the servants' entrance.
Damn.
You don't come through my front door, bitch. You ain't nobody.
Right. He can't even come through the front door. Damn.
That's just how they do the queen now. She can't go through their front door. She go through the servants' entrance.
Yeah, she can't even go through the shit. She locked out the fucking what you call it, y'all? Buckingham Palace.
It's the same shit. I mean,
Which makes sense why they don't own none of that shit.
exactly, because if you're talking about the Pope, King, Queen, Emperor, whoever, they all fall up under the gods. They tell you that they got their authority from their God.
Yes,
The
they
Pope
do.
said that he's representing his God
That's
in the
right.
flesh.
That's right.
So they're following what I knew Inky and them.
Yep, Inky
told
Pinky
them
them.
to do.
Yep.
It's they shit.
It's they shit. We keeps trying to tell y'all. That's why we bounce back from history back to the esoteric side so y'all can see the fucking connect. It's the same system.
The Pope just representing them. And if you remember back when and Leo tried to change some shit. They told him, you just a fucking office clerk. Wait till you retire, bitch. Just sit down and wait till you fucking retire.
Did. Told him to sit the fuck right on down. Your request is denied. So that meant he reported up to somebody, right? Ain't that what that means when somebody say, get that fucking paperwork up out my face?
Yeah, he was denied.
Because don't they roll up to a treaty? Or am I fucking not remembering properly?
Hella no treaty.
Is that y'all see how this shit connects? And here folks way down here fighting when we keep telling y'all it starts up here. All right, so that's the perfect introduction into say peace and love, sis Tressie. She said the Pope was indebted to the Rothschilds, and so extortion was the name of the game, but not even the king could mess with the allodial title. Yeah, but you know who the Rothschilds report to though, right? Because there's more than one Pope. Because the Pope that we're speaking of is like what they call the Black Pope. So the Pope they show you in the public, that ain't the real Pope. There's a Black Pope. But the Rothschilds report to, the Pacers. And the Pacers was hired by the king. And the kings report to the Black Pope under that 1213 treaty. So anybody that they're putting before us that we know their name, they really ain't shit. They're just filling a role. That's all. They're just managing an estate. They really ain't shit. Because the Rothschilds, they motherfucking ass, they don't even own 1% of the total wealth.
You know,
that's how huge this thing is. So, but I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I was listening to a bishop the other day, and I heard about the treaty of 1213 and the other one. And he said the Black Boule Society is the one that fronts for all these folks.
Say that. He said, what, sis? I'm sorry, I was trying to bring up this other article, but I'm sorry, go ahead, Sweet Pea. What you say he said?
Black Boule run interference for the Rothschilds and protects them.
Yeah, we should. Goddamn it, we know that.
Yeah, that's what he said. He got proof of all that stuff. He said when it was created, and what's his name? That professor who started it with one of the Rothschilds' money or something like that. Started the Boule. What is it? Du Bois. Du Bois started it.
Yeah, and it was actually it was somebody else.
Somebody else was with him.
Yeah, because I on Top Cat's show, he went over there. He laid that motherfucker out when he went
All
over.
they did was reinstituted it because the original boule goes back to Greece.
Yeah. It's just instituted over here. Yeah.
Yeah, they just established it over here.
Yeah, yeah, that's all they did. Absolutely. All right. So shout out to Sis Tressie. Oh, I'm so glad. I've been looking for this since I lost it, y'all, about 3 computers ago. So I've been diligent in backing up my shit. I should have known better. But this is the Terra Papers. You can't even buy this anymore. It's been off the circuit for quite a while. By Robert Morning's Sky. All right. Okay. We are not alone. The astronomers are wrong. The scientists are wrong. They are here, but we cannot see them because they hide. They hide in plain sight. We are their servants. We are their slaves. We are their property. We are theirs. Robert Morning Sky. Okay. Now, this is a copy of a copy, so it's not going to be the best looking. In time, the star being would come to trust the six by using a small crystal to create images. Y'all catch that? The visitors began to communicate with the young men, calling them the star elder. The youths sat at the knee of their friend, examining all of the crystalline images with great care, piecing together the incredible history of our solar system and mankind itself. Star Elder's message was simple. Star beings have been here since Earth was a barren rock. I don't know about that barren rock part, but okay, I'm going to go on and roll with it. They were here when man was created and have been here throughout his evolution. Okay, so remember, we got to keep in mind there were several creations. Okay, because there were indigenous folks already here, and then there were other creations. All right. In some cases, their involvement was benevolent. In some cases, it was not. Man has been guided and he has been misled. The star beings have been our gods and our devils. Right, y'all catching that? So when y'all get an attitude when I talk about your motherfucking sky daddies, and I'm going to specify this on Inky Binky now, I can say that with a clear conscience. Because number one, there were multiple creations. I ain't part of that motherfucking Inky Binky them creation. So they're not my fucking sky daddies. All right? But these are star beings setting themselves up as folks, gods and devils. They have always been here and they are still here now. When pressed to explain his presence on Earth, the Star Elder stunned the six. There was a war. Okay, so now they weren't always here because, thank you, shout out to Emily. Damn, I don't know where I put her book. Now that's pissing me off. Shout out to Emily. They came 450,000 years ago. Okay? See, that's why I like reading different stuff. Okay, so when pressed to explain his presence on Earth, the Star Elder stunned the six. There was a war in the skies above. His ship had been down by enemy forces. I am called Morning Sky, and I swear I want to slip up and say star. Robert Morning Sky. My grandfather was one of the 6 young Indian rescuers. Why everywhere we go, the Indian is motherfucking involved? When I was young, my grandfather told me the story about. Sis, can you mute yourself? Or whomever. That's, yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, Brother Sean, was that you or sis? I don't want to accuse falsely. Okay, just
cleaner or something. I'm not doing anything like
okay, yeah, just mute yourself when y'all got that activity going on. Okay, they have always been hearing enemy forces. Okay. My grandfather was one of the 6 young Indian rescuers. When I was young, my grandfather told me the story about his star visitor. He and his friends called him Star Elder, a name given out of respect. But as time passed, his name was revealed to the youths. He was called Bekti. This is his story and mine. In the late 60s, I was enrolled at a university in religious study program. Towards the end of my studies, I submitted a paper that briefly summarized the history of man and earth as told by Bekti. Interesting. So that's where the fuck this came from, y'all. I titled the paper Terra, a hidden history of planet Earth. I was sure I had presented a well-researched and well-documented work. It was immediately labeled a work of outrageous, if not blasphemous, distorted of historical records, and not of the caliber of a serious student of religion. I could see religion saying that big time. The Terra Papers, the story of Bekti, nearly got me thrown out of school. In frustration, I approached a UFO organization and some UFO researchers reasonably confident that they would be most interested in my story. To my surprise, I was rejected offhand. I was advised by one researcher that UFOs were quite clearly a phenomenon of a technology and not the works of the mythical beings of primitive peoples. Curiously, he is now a well-respected UFO author and has recently released a book on the ETs/Native American connection. Child, who he talking about? Who that be? I have to find out who the hell he talking about. All right, so for 30 years, I have avoided telling the story. The initial response to my efforts was discouraging, but I have recently been persuaded to try again. The history of man and earth presented by Bekti is both exciting and frightening. The creation of man and his place in the galaxy is made clear, but in the process, his nobility and his pride will be injured. The abduction phenomenon and the attending gray beings are revealed to have been integral parts of man's history, but are explained against the framework of the purpose of the star beings for mankind. The sources of man's religions and the origins of legendary figures like Zeus and the Minotaur, Osiris and Isis, and a number of other mythological beings are explained and are also placed into the framework of the history of the planet Earth. And so, too, upcoming events can be predicted. Not from any psychic abilities or channeling, but from patterns of an ongoing effort to direct planet Earth. Man will soon be surrounded with images of asteroids and falling fiery comets. I'll just sip tea. You can go on YouTube and see plenty of videos on that. Black pigs will be seen everywhere, as will angel figures. Dinosaur, huh?
Black pigs?
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Dinosaurs will become children's heroes, and violence will be the foundation of their play. So ain't Godzilla shit? Godzilla got a new motherfucking movie out.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Godzilla shit, his shit was just dropped a couple of days ago. Godzilla and King Kong.
Versus Mechagodzilla.
Right, because they say it is the battle of the Titans. New air. I can't make this shit up. Damn, thank you, Sis Tressie. Oh my God, I've been looking for this book for fucking years. Oh, thank you. New airborne diseases immune to existing treatments will surface. NASA will be rendered weak and impotent if not terminated. Okay, SpaceX is on deck now. A galactic war of conquest rages over our heads. Earth and man is the prize. Earth and man is the prize. This is my story. This is my grandfather's story. And child, this is the story of Bikti. All right, so I guess they gonna give his little solar system, and I know this picture ain't doing it no justice, y'all. We'll do the best we can. Genesis. Dun dun dun. The explosion rocked the nothingness of the void. Primordial essence was thrown violently outward, like a primordial, y'all know what I'm saying, ocean. Wave after wave crashed out into the black pit of the void. Nothingness beheld chaos. Chaos poured into nothingness. As the what is that? Yeah, primeval. Shit. As the primeval water streamed outwards, rivers of dark essence swirled together, forming huge whirlpools. As the whirlpool spun inwards, the essence condensed into clouds of gas. Superheated from the compression forces in the core of the swirl, sparks ignited the volatile clouds. Explosion after explosion forms enormous balls of fire, supernovas of brilliant red and dwarf stars of blazing blue. Like islands in the waters of essence, the stars form from the swirls in the spinning galaxies. Time after time, the process was repeated in the void. Time after time, a galaxy was born. In time, one of these galaxies would come to be known as, I'm going to butcher these names, but it is what it is, Eridanus. This is a history of one of the small parts of Eridanus in a tiny world known to us as Earth.
Wow.
That's what they say. Let me see what he's saying.
That's his beginning name, huh?
Eridanus. In the swirling primordial waters of Eridanus, many of the stars gave birth to worlds of their own. From the gases and dust thrown out from the suns, the planets condensed and cooled. Elemental gases combined to form moisture. The rain fell to form oceans. Thunderstorms raged. The oceans tossed and turned, crashing on the shores of the surface lands. In the midst of the lightning and fury, a single spark flashed, creating in 1 microsecond a single cell of life. Single-cell life forms combine to create multi-cell creatures. Multi-cell creatures became complex beings with billions of cells, fishes, insects, birds, reptile, plants, and mammals. As many different creatures as there are stars in the galaxy came into existence.
Mm.
And in time, humanoids evolved. We keep repeatedly seeing these different creations and humanoids and all of that shit. Very interesting. And in time, humanoids evolved. Fish humanoids, bird humanoids, reptile humanoids, mammal humanoids, and humanoids of every kind became the constant outcome of evolution. As primordial Eridanus man developed, his caves gave way to huts. Gathering of huts became settlements, and settlements became cities. The trapping and hunting of animals gave way to fur trading. Fur trading gave way to markets. Gathering birthed to gardening. Gardening yielded to farming. The needs of the Eridanus man became desires. Desires became greed. Compassionate men became leaders. Leaders became conquerors. And a primitive world became civilized. That's interesting take. It seemed a little slanted to me, but okay. Differences and necessities gave birth to technology.
Hey, sis.
Did I skip something? I'm sure I did, but I'm sorry. Go ahead. I skipped something. Go ahead, Brother Sean. I skipped the sentence. I'll go back.
So, where did all the other humanoids come from? Because, I mean,
exactly. He's skipping a lot of shit. Yeah, he's skipping a lot of shit. Because this sounds like to me the second creation. But go ahead, Brother Sean.
He also clearly distinguishes between man and mankind.
Yes.
I mean, it's just, they just started popping up. I mean, why shit ain't just popping up now? I mean, all this activity in space, why ain't planets forming right in our face?
Right.
I was just wondering this.
Yeah, that's why I said he's a little slanted here. Differences, I have ran two sentences together, I apologize. Differences of opinion became arguments, arguments became wars. Curiosity and necessity gave birth to technology. No, Blood, I forget your motherfucking name. That's not what happened. It's called colonization. Okay? That's what became wars. Now, if you're talking about your own people arguing with each other and warring with each other, I'm going to give you that. You're absolutely fucking right. Early, Eridanus man had conquered his world. Okay? So you corrected yourself. Yeah, y'all came as conquerors. And then Eridanus man looked up into the sky, and he saw his moon. He created ships to carry him skyward, and his conquest of the moon began. As he stood on the moon, as he surveyed the lunar cities, he looked up and saw the stars above him. Seeking more, he moved skyward again. This time, neighboring worlds were discovered. Okay, I'm confused. Where the fuck is he? Is he on Earth or he's somewhere else? I don't know at this point. I'll just keep reading. Eridanus man conquered the environment of the new world, and the cycle began again. All right. So basically, once again, every piece of documentation we go to, these folks fucking admit they're conquerors. I don't care if it's mythology, If it's religion, we know that's what history say. They admit they're fucking conquerors. It says that this time neighboring worlds were discovered. Eridanus man conquered the environment of the new world, and the cycle began again. And so it was that Eridanus man met his relatives in the galaxy. Here we go. All right. So yeah, y'all, this somewhere else.
Yeah.
Damn, you know what, Brother Sean? All of these things that he's naming.
Birdman.
Would that mean that they're not indigenous to the land? Eridanus Birdman met Eridanus Mammal Man. Eridanus Reptile Man met Eridanus Insect Man. And Eridanus Reptile Man greeted them all. The many evolved beings of the worlds of Eridanus gathered and talked. They traded, they danced, they shared, and they joined together. In time, they learned from each other and they lived together. And they went to war. Primitive Eridanus man had become civilized. Eridanus man, primitive war gave way to the science of war. Death in all its horror became a tool of progress. Galactic kingdoms in Eridanus rose and fell. Civilizations prospered and died. A continuous series of wars engulfed the entire galaxy. No single empire endured for long. None saved one. Okay, so basically they brought the fuck shit. That's all these people know is war, conquer, fucking with people. All right, so I guess this is him. I'm sorry, what'd you say, sis?
Have you noticed that each species he spoke of are those experimental gene splicing species?
Say that again, sis.
You know that each species he mentioned, like the fish, the mammals and stuff, are, we know that are gene spliced with humans, with the humanoid DNA. That's what they did in Inky stuff, was taking fish and taking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the Anunnaki said they did.
Yeah, that's spliced humanoids to all of these different things.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, Amaru says Sasha Leeson says they Anu are Homo sapiens in his book Anunnaki False Gods, masquerading as alien gods. That is interesting.
That could be the case.
And then Rhonda Smith said they need to come and get their babies. Hell yeah, shit. And Sis Cheryl just giving us some information on the Black Pope. She says the first Black Pope was the first Bishop of Rome, born in the Roman province of Africa, probably in Leptis Magna. Pope Victor the First. Okay. Okay, well, that's cool. That's good information to know. All right, family. So these are the other beings. So this is, okay, so they wasn't on Earth. Okay, well, goddamn it, y'all should have wrote that a little better. So
he was talking about he was on the moon.
Yeah, but then he said, but he did say one of their moons. In his defense, I apologize, author. That was me.
Other stars.
Yeah, that was me. Shit, I apologize, sweet pea. That was me. Goddamn it, you wasn't talking about Earth. So Eridanus, so that's his ass, or that particular species, and that's where, you know, they allegedly from. Well, goddamn, y'all. So
they came, what they're saying is Eridanus, the Earth, that they came from here and went up there.
I'm still confused.
You read.
Because they're showing. Oh, you're saying that they came from Earth, but they was kicking it with these folks.
Yeah, see, they first fell to Earth, like came from the glass. They were created here, went up to the moon, and then went from there on.
Right. Then went and discovered and started kicking it with the other beings.
I thought he said his ship crashed here during the war.
Yeah, to be honest, that's what he said, and that backs up with the crash and then them terraforming, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's almost the same story as I knew, ain't it?
Yeah.
The war and he crashed here.
Exactly.
And they set up that treaty.
Exactly. Okay, so let's go. The SSS Empire. In the galaxy of Eridanus, the way of things became war, violence, and turbulence, surfacing above other races as a supreme master of war. The SSS beings, so called because of their hissing sound they made as they spoke. Child.
Like a snake.
Right. Weathered war and chaos to seize and retain a sizable portion of the 9th sector of the galaxy. Though originally ruled over by kings of repute, it was under the SSS queens that the empire was to reach its pinnacle, known as the SSST. The queens and their techniques of rule became the very embodiment of royal power. The very name for a throne, AST, or AST, would be chilling tribute to the deadlines of the Reptilian queens.
You know, this is kind of like Basorian stuff.
Huh?
Basorian? You ever heard of it?
Mm-mm.
He talks about this kind of stuff too. And the queens and the dog planet and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, the only place I had ever heard it was in the Terra Papers. Okay, in a galaxy of chaos and war, the SSS beings had no peer or competition. Ruthless in command and efficient in their cruelty, the SSST queens were brilliant politicians and war strategists, using events to advantage and manipulate wars to their advantage and gain. Providing the royals with the power to conquer and reign over their foes was a powerful military force, unmatched and unequaled by any other. Comprised of tall, imposing figures, the SSS warriors were cold-blooded warriors with frightening dragon-like faces. Though evolution had long since removed their scale-like skins, the plates on the body armor gave an impression of fierce dinosaur beings. Only a long ridge of bone rising from the forehead and a trailing back and over the head remained to hint at their reptilian ancestry, known as the MK or MG. The appearance of the SSS warriors alone was enough to strike fear into an opponent's heart. Countless wars over billions of years had taught the SSS queens a vital lesson. An enemy or rebellious subject serves no purpose if executed. But if the brain was reprogrammed to resistance, was eliminated, and an able body was added to the labor force. Same tactic.
Reprogramming people now.
Same script.
And they wrote to in ancestry.
Mind control was the SSST's science of choice, referred to by other races as the Ari or masters, in time they will become known as the Ari of An, heaven, or the Aryan. Y'all get that? So masters of heaven. That's what Aryan means. Today it is known as Orion. Boom.
That's where it came from.
Boom. Okay, so that goes into what we just finished up with Emily. So this is giving you the backstory to the Anunnaki, Orion, and them's bullshit. Child. But though it had become the epitome of power and might, a symbol of brutal rulership and unrelenting aggression, the fates would play a curious trick on Aryan. In their quest for galactic power, the SST warriors had looted the palace treasures of their victimized worlds. Same script, we keep telling y'all. The cultural riches of conquered worlds were placed on display in the Museum of Aryan, making the empires the center of the ninth sector culture and wisdom. All right. Now, this Aryan, when we think about Aryan today, we think about the German Empire, right? So y'all do realize that the original German Aryan Empire was melanated, right?
There was a pope called Aryan.
So I will I pulled up for y'all last week the real melanated Aryan generals and shit.
He was 325 AD, Pope Arian.
Oh, you said it was a pope named Arian?
Yes, ma'am.
That would make sense, sis. Now we know where these fucking names come from. We told y'all they don't change script. They follow their script very well.
It's part of the Nicene Council.
Child.
They established the church system or the religious system on the
planet. Child. It makes sense. Now we know where he fucking got his name from.
That's when they established Jesus.
Exactly. Jesus. All right. So wait a minute, y'all. I'm fencing the two. Bear with me, family.
And those queens was ruthless.
Okay.
Feminine energy.
Y'all let me know when y'all see the screen of the Aryans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't want y'all to fucking forget who is whom. Okay? All right. All right. Child. All right, so they was looting, stealing shit, this, that, and the third. All right, they put the shit on display. Okay, so Aryan became the showcase world for poetry, music, art, and dance. It was a step, however, unknowingly for the evolution of temperance in the SST psyche. So, okay. Oh, so that's the MK shit. It looked like a uniform to me.
MK Ultras?
No, that's that warrior that they were saying that's reptilian, but this looked like a motherfucking uniform to me. I'm just saying. And it kind of favors how the Romans, at least this part, and this helmet part,
Well, that's what they did. The Arius was a Roman Catholic church, the Roman Catholic under Sharp, I'm not sure, Constantine.
Okay, so this is the SSTs, and that's where the masters of the sky, I think that's what it was.
The T kind of looked like a Pope outfit, didn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And this looks Egyptian to me right there.
Yep.
Yeah, but down there is Pope. Yep. But we know that Pope shit is based on Egyptian stuff also. Yeah.
All those crowns and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so
that MK stuff looked like something you'd see in Japan.
Oh, show do.
The samurai.
Show do. Yep. Yep, it does look more Japanese. You're right. Okay, so MK/MG. The following are ancient Egyptian words. Let me minimize that. So, yep. The following are ancient Egyptian words of MK/MG origins. MK, name of a crocodile. Okay. So, damn, don't that mean the crocodile ain't from here then?
Mm-hmm.
Mek, MEK, protector, protection. MQ, to slay, hack into pieces. Damn. Mag or MG is crocodile.
You know the MK Ultra program is from the CIA, the FBI, and they are from the paperclip establishment when they brought them over, the Nazis over.
Yeah, great point, sis. Let me give you your motherfucking explosion. Exactly, sis. Exactly.
So
excellent call out. Damn.
Whoever brought them over is also a Nazi because they set up Hitler.
Right. Right. Which wasn't the original Hitler, because I showed y'all the original Hitler just a couple of minutes ago. What you say? Yeah, it's the Shogun warrior. Yeah, that's his motherfucking ass. Thank you. That's what this is. Okay.
So we got several cultures you see there that's not
exactly. That's not indigenous to the planet. Now we know where that shit came from. Because remember, the book that we just read, who did she say was the first? Indigenous to the land. Exactly.
Now, and since they are reptiles, they have that Mongolian fold on the eye.
You finna get another explosion, sis. God damn it, you bringing it. Woo! Okay. Yeah, but we're clearly seeing different cultures here. This is the Egyptian shit, and this is Asia.
Right.
Okay. I'm sorry, Brother Sean, did you say something?
I was just about to say, take that SST and put SSI on there, and you get the Germans with the Nazi stuff.
Yeah, that's what they were saying, because that's what the Aryan SSS, because immediately when I saw the SSS, I knew it was going to tie back to that whole German connection.
Germans, Egyptians, samurai soldiers soldiers in with China or something.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Brother Sean, did you have something before we go on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So mag is the crocodile. It's another word for crocodile. Mike is fight to fight. All right, so that's some Egyptian words. In ancient Egypt, the suffix "u" indicates one of. Interesting. Okay, so Mka, Mka, brave, bold. Mkaye, fighters, foes. Mki, to protect, protector. Miki, protector. Mga, crocodile. Mga, to command, instruct. Okay, why y'all got the same shit meaning the same thing? But that's how they roll. Mekai, to beat, strike, fight. Mekai, to strike, fight. Maka, an animal. Maki, protectors. What was Trump saying, y'all?
Mega.
And I knew it was coming there, but I said, I'm not going to go there. Because I was thinking when they said mag, I immediately thought that. I said, nah, shut the fuck on up. Don't put that on them. Then
I was wondering what all that meant. You know, I read their stuff. And
we keep telling y'all everything these motherfuckers do has a meaning. They are rituals. We keep fucking telling y'all that.
It's coming up out of their subconscious, probably. God, I don't know.
No, they're being told what to do. All of that shit, they're being handed a script. I keep telling y'all.
Yeah.
MGA, commandant, chief. MG, bravery. All right, so the following are various words of MG origins. Maka, mighty great one, that's Hindu. Mak, great superior, that's from Sumerian. Maktus, glorified, Latin. Maktabalis, deadly, Latin. Maktos, slay, smite, punish, afflict, Latin. Magister, master, chief. Kind of seems magistrate-ish to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. Here we go. You see, Magnus, great, large, mighty, powerful. Didn't we just go over the Magnus Carter?
Magnus Carter. Yeah. It's mostly Latin, which is the
Yeah, we know that. Latin is the root word of a lot of stuff. Magus, magician. The following are English words of MKMG origins. Make, to force. Yeah, we know that. Amok, chaos, turmoil. Yep. Running amok. Major, huge, greater. Mega, huge, enormous. Majesty, royal, regal. Magic. Illusion, reprogramming the brain. Image, illusion, reprogramming the brain. Imagine, creating illusion, reprogramming the brain. So image, media, reprogramming the brain.
So when you get to the next one, I will crack it up.
MJ12, Majestic 12, UFO Investigations Group, reprogramming the brain.
Wasn't that the group that was with Eisenhower in 1954 that he set up to investigate alien landings? The Majestic 12.
You got to be bullshitting me, sis.
Majestic 12, I thought they were out of England.
No, they
were part of the crown.
I think it was Eisenhower's group.
No, I thought they were part of the crown.
Let's see. Let's just do a quick search.
Let's see.
They had a couple of video games out about Majestic 12.
I saw of a group, and they were in a meeting. I saw a video of that group, and I learned about that when I thought they were with Eisenhower in that part. When the UFOs crashed to the planet, they were trying to hide it and explain it.
Oh yeah, there is a Oh yeah, y'all gotta motherfucking watch that. If y'all ain't seen that,
Majestic 12.
Yeah, it's from the Umbrella Academy. Go watch the Umbrella Academy, because it talks about these Majestic 12, and they are out of England, that was kind of fighting to stop the ending of the world. But the Eisenhower thing, sis, excuse me. So that's just referring to let me see who did shit. Do you have it, sis?
I thought that.
In 1956. Let's see, you know it's gonna be hard. Yeah, I can't really find it. Okay, because
and they got it right on Wikipedia. Majestic 12 also.
Yeah, they're the UFO guys.
Okay, I didn't have it come up. It just had the presidential election.
Well, you have to put
Harry
in it. The CIA in 1952 under D. Eisenhower, Majestic 12, full exposure, ancient aliens history. It's one out on July 7, 2017. The document is purported to be a memo sent from the director of the CIA in 1952 to President-elect Dwight Eisenhower.
Ciao.
Remember them bad boys. They were tough.
Yes, it was formed in 1947.
It was
by
formed
by an executive order by U.S. President Harry S. Truman.
But wasn't Eisenhower the one that re-signed that El-Anu Treaty?
Signed the El-Anu Treaty, and they were in their big old meeting, and they all agreed.
Baby, get the fuck up out of here.
They were there saying to keep it from the public, and the ways they're going to do that was denial and all that kind of stuff. And they were the ones he appointed to do all that stuff.
So just to recap, sorry, we had to scramble to get the receipts because we didn't want to confuse folks. But in the process, check out Umbrella Academy. Wasn't Umbrella Academy the shit razzle dazzle? I watched both of them. It was the shit, child.
I did too.
Okay, yeah. Was that on Netflix, Brother Sean? Do you remember?
I think it was, or it may have started on Netflix, but I think they wound up putting it on DC.
Okay, check out Umbrella Academy, y'all. It is the shit. You all are going to enjoy that. So, MJ12, the UFO investigation group, reprogramming the brain, but they was formed in 1947 under Truman, and then under Eisenhower, there's all those rumors about him having a secret meeting with the aliens.
And they were there in the camp.
Exactly. They had took him away for 3 motherfucking days or however many motherfucking days. But then, we get to the other book, and it basically was saying because he had to re-sign the El-Anu Treaty. Child.
Where all the reptiles are connected. All of them.
Baby. Why y'all think when the Simpsons cartoons, when they, now if I'm making this, I'm not fucking making it up. Go on YouTube. You can find a little clip of it. When Homer, it was some politicians standing up there and he pulled off their motherfucking mask.
And they were lizards or something.
They were like alien reptiles.
Yeah.
Baby.
And they have a cloaking system so that the humans see a human. But sometimes they slip.
Yeah, they do. And it's not even that they're slipping, sis. The illusion is breaking down.
Well, yeah.
It's breaking down because remember, they say right up here, image, illusion, reprogramming the brain. So this shit is breaking down. Their magic, illusion, reprogramming. This shit is breaking down. So those of us that aren't under that spell,
we can see them.
We can see that shit. We like, motherfucker, you ain't.
You know, George H. Bush was one. The Queen is one. All of them.
Yeah, her tongue always slithering.
I know, and her eyelids too.
And how the fuck she living so long?
Because they're not.
Because she don't look like she's all that healthy to me. It don't look like she eating organic and going to the motherfucking gym. None of that. And I know she's older, but she didn't look that way ever. Shit.
You know, but they also eat what? They're reptilians. What do they eat?
Child.
Not in their true form, anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
When they go behind closed doors, they turn into their true form.
Yep.
Little kids and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, child. All right, so Aryan and the SSS. The following are the various words of Aryan and SSS origin. Aryan, the superior race of Adolf Hitler. Now, I just showed y'all 10 minutes ago who's really the real Hitler.
And they saluted him as he passed through, Elizabeth and her kids. I mean, her mother.
Yeah. Okay, Aryan. SS, the elite military of Adolf Hitler. Ari, master keeper, Egyptian. Ares, terrible one, Hebrew. Ares, god of war, Latin. The Asa RRR Empire. All right, y'all, we in overtime. Sorry.
That's like Arizona.
Interesting.
Aries. Just put an O-N on it. That's what you got.
Though the region of the SSST Queens of the 9th Sector was seldom challenged, of great concern to the Aryan Queens were the movement and expansions of yet another race called RRR. Evolved from vicious mammalians, predators, the RRR were still in the early stages of development. Their thirst for expansionism, unburdened by the softening that continual wars and time brought on. See, ain't none of these motherfuckers peaceful.
Like the roar of dogs, you know, because I believe these queens also was lined up with the dog planets. And they were actually dogs, and they were vicious.
Yeah, because I think that, well, let me just keep reading, because if I remember correctly, I thought that some of these queens, it's different queens over different planets or regions or galaxies or whatever.
You know, we do have the dog star.
Right. For the Rar race, I think you're right, sis. For the Rar race, war was the entirety of existence. All else was meaningless. Life itself meant obedience and total commitment to the Rar kings. Anything less meant death. So quickly did they create their empire, so ruthless were their techniques that the Rar would become known as Asa and overlords. In the ninth sector, the worlds of the Ra would be known as Asarar. Led by the fearsome Aiku warriors, a barbaric army with a fleet of deadly starships of overwhelming firepower, the kings of Asarar wreaked havoc on the world surrounding the ninth passageway.
It's like Star Trek.
Yeah, just going around fucking with people.
I mean, the different
beings and entities and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and they went around fighting each other.
Exactly. The elite Aiku forces descended on their unsuspecting targets with unmerciful and unrelenting attack, clearing the skyways of any potential resistance and totally decimating land-based strongholds. Within moments, warrior ground forces, the Bay, moved into annihilate any and all remaining military forces. Renowned for their practice of devouring the flesh of their enemies, the Aku and Bay became known as the DK or TK, the teeth of the R. Oh, okay, so that's where they motherfucking ass come from. That's interesting. Okay. Aggressive and ravenous, unrelenting in their expansion, the R conquered kings began the slow, methodical takeover of the Peshmetan, ninth passageway, a crucial star lane. Seizing the passageway would give the Asar kings control of travel into and out of the Aryan Empire. Oh, okay. And the possibility was one of the SST queens could not permit. Okay, so they took over the gateway, basically. Okay. Damn, I can't admit you, brother. And if it's my brother, I apologize, but shit, we've been trolled tonight. And when I brought that name in, which I was thinking that, you know, my young brother that I like, that's where the troll came from. So if it's you, brother, I'm not trying to not bring you in, but we got trolled tonight and they came through on that name. All right, so the Dak or Tak. The following are ancient Egyptian words of Dak or Tak origins. I'm just going to say Dak or Tak origins. Taka, to destroy. Ta'aka, to destroy. Ta'ak, to destroy. Teg, to attack, destroy. Tekes, to slay, to kill. Tek, to cut, to slay. Tekes, to pierce, cut into. Teques, to cut, to stab. Damn. Tekes, slaughterhouse. Tekiti, slaughter. I'm sorry, y'all. All that shit remind me of Texas. I ain't finna sit up here and lie.
No.
Sound Texas to me. I'm just saying. I could be wrong. Teknu, human victim. Tekinunu, human victim. Tek, to beat, overthrow. Tekar, terrible, frightening. Tejan, to rule, govern. Tiger, to be strong, mighty. Take, regulation of justice. Tikan, to protect. Tekmu, draws of swords. Tekku, moderer, invader. Tek, to invade.
It's like the decking.
Now that's interesting. Tek, to invade. Technology.
Tekken.
Huh?
Tekken. That was a game and a movie.
This one?
To protect?
Tekken.
Oh, right here. What? See, don't this be tripping you out, y'all? You like, see, these motherfuckers was handed these names. That's why when we be telling y'all that these movie scripts, that these games, they are handed this shit. These people aren't inventing it. This is why we tell y'all that, because we run across these ancient names and you're like, I know goddamn well who they claim invented that stuff did not come up with them names.
Sis Tessie says that, not trying to be funny, but Canaanites, dogs, canine.
That ain't being funny.
I know it ain't funny, but that's basically what, that's. Of course, they say Eve had sex with the snake, which would have been a reptile.
Shit, they make me scratch.
I sent you that video.
They really are. Oh shit, sis, I'm sorry, I forgot to look at it. Yeah, oh, they making me scratch.
I know it makes you kind of like, ugh.
Yeah, and then people want to get all up in the roar what somebody else doing with they hoes. And these people crossing species, they just make me want to just straight up scratch. Okay, so yeah, the other one that's tripping me out is tech, because I think of TEC, to invade. So in other words, TEC represents technology.
But see, I'm looking at Sister Cheryl's.
Invading knowledge.
I'm looking at Sister Cheryl's message here. And that video that I gave you is exactly what she said.
Ooh, okay. 2002, a 2002 computer hack. I can't let you in, Brother Ann, because I tried earlier and we got hacked. So nothing personal against you, sweetie. I wish you would get to your YouTube. A 2002, a computer hack into Pentagon and NASA computers reveal hard evidence that the Majestic 12 documents real and the government's interaction with extraterrestrials led secret space program.
Yes, and they said on that video that extraterrestrials and the humanoids or humans are up there running that space program.
Child, they make me straight just ugh.
It's on that video. I saw they
okay, I'ma watch it. I'm gonna have to make myself a note because you sent it to me via text.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I straight forgot about it. Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's just saying what the Illegality Treaty and Path to Orion said that
and
aliens running this shit.
Yeah.
So it's no surprise.
Yep. They tell you about all of the stuff that's going on and that they're fighting these people, these reptiles.
Right. Oh, God damn it. You know what? Sis Tressie put in here, NASA, Asan. But y'all know the symbol of NASA is a snake's tongue, right? Y'all do fucking realize that.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Go look at it again. That's a serpent's tongue.
And Leo's symbol is the serpent.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
And they, the so-called Galactic Federation, is at war with these reptiles.
That's what they're talking about when they're talking about all these different wars between all these different beings.
Right.
So, I mean
there's
Star Trek and all that stuff been telling us that these galactic beings have been fighting forever.
Exactly.
And that Russian book says there's 53 species on the planet. And the reptiles vary in benevolence, very benevolence and malevolence. There's some that's friendly, and the hierarchy, like the ones in our government, are malevolent.
I'm tired of hearing about the ones that's friendly.
Right.
I know it.
They ain't done shit for us.
Right.
I mean, if y'all got all these powers,
Well,
Why did y'all fight these motherfuckers at home?
Exactly. Razzle Dazzle says, are the are the Aryans reptiles?
obviously, because they were part of the Catholic Church, and
Yep.
that's who they are. Arius or Aryan was his name. He was melanated, but he was a pope of the Catholic Church. See, we just remember the dog people I was telling you about a long time ago. Sister Cheryl remembers that they actually had dog people on this planet.
Well, ain't that Anubis?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about dog people during Columbus Day.
All the gene experiments and the hybrid
Right.
shit that they
It don't
did,
surprise us.
We just set up and talked about all the different humanoids.
Exactly. And plus, when we showed that ancient African map, shit, we saw all types of shit on there.
So Jesus in the New Testament speaks about the Canaanites or the Canaan, the dog. Talk about would he feed a dog? Something in Matthew, I think.
That's an interesting take, because you know you really finna piss some people off.
Wouldn't you even feed a dog? She said, I think it was in Matthew's 12th chapter. I'm not mistaken. And they were sitting separate, and the woman begged for food. And Jesus said, she told him at least you would feed a dog.
Ciao. So Canaanite, Canine, baby, I just can't. All right, let's get through some of these names. So Teg is to walk, march, evade. Teg, Tega, Tegat, Teg, to look, to see, use the eyes. Tega, the seer, user of the eye. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I'm sorry, how would they know these meanings if they didn't exist?
Well, if who didn't exist?
If these people didn't exist, that they're talking about, how would they know all these words meaning?
Exactly.
Just like they do.
Exactly, sis. Shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother John.
No, but if you paying attention, they're creating the whole entire languages for movies and characters.
Yep.
You could find with a lot of these games that they got their own languages, own creation.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I'm not into gaming, but
yeah, these are names that they know about. Like even the word deacons up there.
Yeah, honey, we get into that because this is here's the Sanskrit stuff, y'all. Antaka, god of death. Kantaka, thorn tooth. The following are Spanish words of the D/TK origin. Oh, that's kind of close to, what is that, decayer? That's kind of close to decay.
Yeah.
The golar, cut the throat. I think a juggler, but okay. Decano, deacon. Baby.
In the church, they established.
So, what's the origins of deacon? That's a motherfucking Sanskrit word.
Yep, that's the church.
Dictator. So that's pretty straightforward. Decapitor. That's pretty straightforward. Decapitate. Ducato, duke. De Galadero, slaughterhouse. All right, so this is the Latin words, y'all. So decolo, to behead. Decocuo, to destroy by heat. Deculmo, to decimate troops. Decursus, attack, charge. Decortatis, mutilate. Decos, honor, glory. Deduco, to take away. Degiro, to carry off. Decio, power, authority. Deco, devote to the gods. Ducco, to lead, cheat. Ductor, Leader, commander. That's kind of like dictator, but okay, dictator. Ducks, leader, commander. Tego, to protect. So there go Tego showing up again. I remember that from up above. That's still protect. Tegok, to steal. Techna, a trick. Okay. So the following are the English words. Dagger. So they're not giving us, they're just giving us straight words. No. Or is this a cross, or these are just straight words?
Straight word.
Okay. Dagger, deacon, decapitate, decay, attack, taxes, tactics, tax. The tax shouldn't fucking surprise us funky stinking asses. Dictator, dictum, doc, to cut, doctrine. That shouldn't surprise us. And folks want to get an attitude when we tell y'all about y'all funky ass doctrine. Take, technician, dog, dogma, dark, duke, tectonic, tick.
Tectonic plates.
Yes. Ciao. But the Asar kings were a formidable power. The ways of war had been the driving forces of their evolution. Every king had demanded much of their military forces. The starship pilots, the Iku, possessed light beams which could melt targets. Oh, goddamn, yeah. That could light targets, cut them into pieces, or disintegrate them. Goddamn it, ain't that what's the face? The DEW weapon?
I'm direct energy weapon.
And he wrote this, or he got this information supposedly and allegedly in the motherfucking 60s. So he had up in here airborne disease that would never have been seen before and that they was going to have to find a new cure for. Now he up here talking about a weapon that can melt targets and cut them into pieces or disintegrate them. So when we talk about fucking terraforming this planet and the precision cuts that we see on what they're calling mountains, we know what the fuck we're talking about. We told y'all that shit was technology used to terraform the planet. When the mud flood community talk about the melting of shit, they know what they talking about. When they talk about the resets and how they melted shit and we can still see the shit where it's been melted, they know what they're talking about. The elite ground forces, the Bay, use weapons which could emit sounds that stun the enemy. Don't the military right now have a sound machine?
Oh, yeah, and they could do it from miles away.
Disintegrate, I'm sorry.
Like I said, that BEH, what that sound like?
Bay.
That's all.
I know. I know. So I think about the singer, but you know, you can't even call your motherfucking boo thing Bay no more. Goddamn, we can't have shit. Now I gotta throw that shit out the window. Now I'm straight up fucking disgusted. I can't even say that shit no more. Motherfuckers. I can't say that shit with no clear conscience no more. Now I'm straight disgusted.
Well, I see why they took this book down, these papers down.
You can't even find this book, because I originally tried to find it when I first had it. And then Sis sent it to me. Sis Tressie sent it to me. So I said, well, let me just try to find it again. Shit's still like, you still can't find it.
You know, it has a lot of, it's telling a lot.
It's telling a lot. I am so glad she found it because all I could do was reference it. I'm like, no, the Terra Papers said it. The Terra Papers said it. The Terra Papers said it. God damn it. So there go Bay, y'all. Melanated community. Stop using that shit. Don't be calling your sweet pea Bay. Because we wrote that motherfucking shit in the ground. Bay, 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 Bay. That's the end of that. God damn. All right. So the Bay used weapons which could emit sounds that stun the enemy, disintegrated solid objects, or could be used to transport an object from one place to another. Now that's interesting.
They do that. That's that Philadelphia thing too, where they tried to do that.
Showing the fuck did, sis. And remember when folks had got melted in the goddamn ship?
Mm.
Baby. Okay, all in all, the DAC forces had in a short time become an army of devastating power. Yeah, I guess so, based on their technology. The Asor science of war was a technology of death called At. And from this new science, the ultimate warship was spawned. Here we go, y'all. We finna get into the shits. A planet-sized globe with the armaments of all other starships and more. The warship was dubbed the R, a miniature world capable of destruction never before seen in the 9th sector. The R of the DAC forces made the Empire a force to be reckoned with. So y'all get that DAC, that of the dark forces. Y'all fucking get where Star Wars came from? Are you getting this shit?
Yep.
And I mean, dude that wrote it said that he got it from ancient text. He said it. When they said, how'd you come up with the idea? He said, I got it from ancient text.
Roddenberry?
No, the Star Wars man.
Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas, thanks.
Star Wars, not Star Trek.
Yeah. He said that he got it from ancient text. And I said, God damn it, he was handed the script. Or he was given like the Terra Papers and all of those other ancient texts, the Sumerian stuff. Stitching. And that's how he created Star Wars.
And Star Trek is the same stuff.
Exactly. Star Trek is the same thing. Isn't the SS Empire, or am I like wrong? Ain't that shit up in Star Trek? What's it?
USS.
Oh, okay. All right. I accuse y'all falsely then.
What was the name of this ship itself? Enterprise.
I thought it was the SS Enterprise. It is the USS Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All right. So anyway, so the dark forces, they're calling it DAC forces, made the Empire a force to be reckoned with. The rays of the sun glistening off the surface of the death ship made the R shine like a bright star in the skies. Though a brilliant star was often a portent of wondrous things, this star brought death and destruction. So that's straight up out of Star Wars. If that ain't straight up out of Star Wars, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Because it's called a Death Star, ain't it? Ain't Darth Vader's shit called a Death Star?
Yep.
And they have that light that cuts you.
Yeah, them lasers. I've been telling y'all. Yeah, the lightsabers thing. Yeah. That ain't nothing but plasma.
Yeah.
All right, so as the Asar kings continue to expand their holdings, The SST queens made a careful gesture of peace towards the conquering kings in the hopes of resolving the dilemma before war became necessary. The billions of years of conflict. Now, y'all hear this? Billions.
Billions. Good God.
Yeah, billions of fucking around. Fucking with folks. Of conflict had taught the SST an invaluable lesson. War brings death to a winner as well as a loser. There were other ways to win a conflict. Victory was, in some cases, gained by taking the enemy into one's own foils. Folds.
Mm-hmm. That probably intermarriage.
Exactly. You hit it on the head, sis. The deck could be won over in a more clever and devious way. The queens of Aryan called for a meeting of the royals. If the kings of Assar pledged their loyalty to the SST high throne and submitted themselves to the service of the throne, then they would be granted control of the outer stars of the ninth sector.
That's our sector. Remember, this is the ninth sector in the galaxy.
Well, that's what they say. Let's see where this take them. But you very well could be true.
I think I just heard this. We're in the ninth sector.
But either way, these motherfuckers is divvying up shit like they normally do.
Remember the Dead Sea Scrolls said they've had 6 wars. They call them the War of the Gods. And there's going to be a 7th war. And the 7th war is to take all. The winner takes all. So Earth is the prize.
Child.
And the people. According to the Dead Sea Scrolls, it will be fought here. We're already in the beginning of that war.
Exactly. Well, we've been in that war a long time, but yeah, I got your point.
It's just quiet. We don't know about it.
What?
It's not quiet.
I mean, they're taking it underground and stuff like that.
It's not quiet. It's not underground. It's happening all over. All of these policies, everything. All of this is part of the war.
I agree.
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the fighting stuff. The cyberspace.
People dying, that's not fighting.
Huh?
People dying, that's not fighting. All that ship activity up in the sky, that's not fighting.
Well, like I said, we're not privy to it yet, but they are fighting. I mean, the fight.
If I'm sitting up talking about this stuff, obviously I'm privy to it.
Well, for the normal people. We're not normal. You're not normal. You're an awakened person. You're paying attention to your environment. Other people watching designer and housewives and truth on, Jeopardy and all that kind of stuff. They're not paying attention to what's going on. You are, and I am, and most of these people on this show are awakened people. We're the 1% that's paying attention. I mean, people who's taking these vaccines are not paying attention.
Right. Duly noticed, sis.
Yes, they're paying attention to the fear.
Yeah.
They're scared.
Yeah, they're under that magical spell. The illusion.
They're paying attention and they're paying the price.
And they're gonna pay the price. Yeah.
Right. So Razzle Dazzle said, let me put my seatbelt on. I done already fell out. This is a lot. And then she says, so wait, if outer space is out, not up, where these so-called aliens come from, what Musk and the Space Force doing? I think they're just teleporting from another system.
And it's right here. If you keep reading, it'll tell you where it comes from.
Yeah.
And they couldn't deal. That's what Musk and them doing. They're trying to get back home. They hybrids and shit. They're trying to get the fuck out of here because time is up.
Yep. Get the fuck on. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. Okay, shit. We're talking about the ninth sector. Realizing the magnitude of power in the offer extended, the Assar kings quickly agreed to the alliance. the DAC forces and mighty R Death Planet were placed in the service of the SST Queens. The outer ninth sector was made part of the Azars Empire. Capitulated to a place as a superpower by the Alliance, the stars of the Azars became known as the Empire of the SST R SST. Shit. Empire born of the SST, dying for the SST or SSR SS. Woo! Fuck! Y'all see what that is? Serious.
Remember, I said that the inner Earth was the Dracons, the Reptilians, and the Nazis, and they came from Sirius B. That's what they have on that map.
With the Aryan alliance to back them, the Azars kings began yet a greater effort to conquer and seize new systems, new worlds to add to their empire, solidifying their power, levying heavy tolls and embargoes on travelers on the lanes of the ninth passageway. So when they're talking about these passageways, they're really talking about gateways. Yeah, portals. The SARS, the Sirius, ooh, chow. The SARS empire had soon become the Aryan queens watch with a weary eye. The moment,
the Doggons.
Exactly.
They were fighting.
Well, the Doggons said that they're from Sirius B, did they not?
I think so. And they were fighting. And they came down, they sent the women first, and then they, or something like that, and they came second, and they were fighting. That's why that Egyptian area there is dead, no vegetation, because they were fighting.
Right, but now, we know the fucking technology they was using, right?
Right.
Damn, y'all. Whew. All right, so the Aryan queens watch with a weary eye. The moment of betrayal must be carefully planned. And so for a time, the tenuous peace came to exist between the two thrones. All was well until the era of the monarch known as the Great Anan, the elder king of Azars. Baby, they finna get into some bullshit. So this the Death Star, y'all.
Oh my goodness.
That's straight up out of fucking Star Wars. The following are ancient Egyptians' words of the R origin. The R sound is represented by a disc. R, pupil of the eye, to see. R, death, destruction. So y'all see where how that one eye has multiple meanings?
My goodness.
You see why the one eye is important to the Egyptians? R, to remove transport. Superior. R, a kind of bird. And that's interesting because I had a caboose when I went to Egypt. I had a caboose made, and it spelled out in the Egyptian language my name. And the A was represented, and my name was represented by a bird. This is really interesting. Okay, so RR, to go up, to ascend. Arar, high, exalted. Ara, to go up, embark in a boat. Arar, hero. Shit. Har, an ancient sky god.
Hey, how about your sky daddy?
Har, mountain.
You got a sky daddy.
Her, to terrify, to frighten. Her, metal pot. Her, to arrange, set in order. Herrer, to demolish. They got some of the same shit. This shit reminds me of English. Too much motherfucking shit sound the same. Her, Ari, mountain of God. Hare, a mythological boat. Rur, the black pig.
Where's that black pig?
Yeah, I know, sis. What the fuck is with this black pig?
I wonder if that's a boar.
Yeah.
They are black though, huh?
Yeah, but my whole thing is, what about it? You know what I'm saying? I'm not getting to connect because this they brought up the black pig when they said that the comets was gonna be coming on the earth when hitting the earth, and something about the black pig.
They got pig and hippopotamus together on the other one.
Oh, yeah. Rarer pig, hippopotamus.
Let's see if they have that black pig.
Because if you think about it, a hippo do kind of look like a pig.
There's a pig that's black. It's a British breed of domestic pig. It is the only British pig that is entirely black. It was created in the last years of the 19th century by merging the black pig population of Devon and Cornwall in the southwest with those of Essex, Suffolk, and Kent in the southeast.
That's interesting. Cromwell's funky ass or somebody else? Cornwell.
Cromwell, well, you know, this is British, so Cromwell.
Yeah, I was just making sure. I didn't want to lie upon him. That's why I was just making sure.
So this is Brits, and these people here are Canaanites, just like the king and the queen.
Wait a minute, y'all. So this is ruin, rura, to burn. Y'all see dog? They saying Dak is dog.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dog.
Rara bracelet, the astro belt of the R and Tiamat.
Terra.
Yep, formed by the crash of the R and Tiamat.
Of the R. So not the Anunnaki or there was another.
Well, R just means superior, remember? Because it's telling us up there. So great God. The following are Sumerian words of R origin. Ray, to rise up, fly. So that's nice for anti-re-re, rise up, fly. Ru, stone that flies. The following are Latin words of the R origin. Ara, altar, protection. Argus, guardian. Arrow, to plow through the sea. Arma, war, soldiers. Arius, of the sky, lofty. Okay, that makes sense because that's like Ariel. Okay. Arica, charioteer. Arc, fortress. Citadel, height, headquarters. Ariado, to destroy. Eripio, to tear out. Eruptio, to seize, to take by force. Eruptio, attack.
In a loving range.
Erio, to raise, demolish. Error, deception. I didn't know error was Latin. Okay, that makes sense. Eros, master, owner, lord. Ira, wrath. Anger, rage. Iris, messenger of the gods. I did not know that's what iris meant. Orbis, globe, disc. That makes sense. Orbus, one who deprives of parents or children. Okay, aura, oro, sorry, to persuade, persuader. Orcus, god of death. The following are English words of the R origin. Aerial, yeah, pertaining to the sky. Okay, so that made sense because that kind of correlates to the Latin word. Aurora, stealth program.
The Aurora Borealis.
Yeah.
That's a stealth program.
I'm gonna have to think on that a little bit.
They're putting those lights up there.
Horror. That would make sense that came from them. This would make sense too, right? Arrest. Seize, stop fucking with people. War, that makes sense to me. Warrior, that makes sense to me. The following are ancient Egyptian words of at origin. At, to cut, slash, or stab.
I'm
sorry using that. I'm sorry using that. Motherfucker, I at you to death. Start using it. I will at you to death. What are you talking about? That's Egyptian. I will stab you to death. At death, destruction.
Oh my God, we need to stop using the word at.
Yeah. The following are ancient Egyptians. Oh, okay, Rhonda, it's me. You have a Catus also. Yeah, look on there. Because you know that Catus is supposed to, with them different animal symbols, spell out your words. But yeah, I know that A, they said was equal to the bird. All right, so my shit got stolen. Ratchet ass Atlanta. My shit got stolen. So all of my gold from my travel, my motherfucking pearls from China, I was hot. My diamonds, them bitches hit me up good. But ironically, the police had re-knocked on my door like a month later and said that they found one of the guys who was in the gang that broke in my house, and one of the guys had murdered the other guy. And the first thing I thought of, I was like, it was that fucking jewelry. So, yeah. Okay, so the following are ancient Egyptian words of origins. I, evil eye. All right, so we're going to read this last little part of an. Now, which culture is this in? I know I done seen this shit somewhere before, too. So y'all think on that. I've seen this before in a culture.
The king and
Yeah, and yeah, this get up, I've seen it somewhere. In the era of the great elder, okay, Sumerian in Egypt, Hathor, thank you. Hathor is what I was thinking of up here. I'm like, I know I done seen this bullshit before. Yeah, Hathor. Yes, but Sumerian in Egypt, that makes sense. But yeah, up here, that's Hathor for sure. Thank you. Yes, worship of the cow. Thank you. In the era of the great elder king An, life on Asar was good. The luxuries and benefits that befitted a conquered race was theirs to enjoy and revel in. Sounds familiar to me. The alliances with the SST Empire had made the kings of Asar more powerful than ever before and had permitted the people of Asar an opportunity to enjoy a richer style of life. Sound fucking familiar to me. But the power of the throne also made the life of the king more precarious. Treachery, lies, and deceit surrounded the king. Assassination plots, military coups, and alien invasions were the everyday matters of the king. The prince was expected to plot for his father's demise. Distant brothers and illegitimate children pretended to the throne's kingship. Don't this shit sound familiar?
Yeah, the Anunnaki.
King An watched the skies for enemy attacks and peered carefully over his shoulders at relatives and members of the royal court. Such was the life of a king of Asar, and such was the life of the elder king An. Seated in the royal court of the great An, serving as royal cupbearer. Where do we hear cupbearer talked about? Exactly. As royal cupbearer was his brother, the great Al-Shar. Yeah, baby, you know, I was like, I'll give his perm wearing ass a break, but you said it. The great Al-Shar. Assisting in the governing of the empire, the great Al-Shar served faithfully under his brother, the great elder king. Peace reigned. The empire prospered until an outbreak of war in the Central Stars. A series of major conflicts known as the Galactic Great War drew both the Aryan Empire and the Empire of Asar into its folds. The great elder king was summoned to the palace of the SST to render services as commander of the combined MK and DK warriors. All right, so we're going to stop there.
You know what? I'm going to make a
Go ahead, sis. I'm going to take a picture.
I was out of the room, and as you were pronouncing Al-Shar, you know what it reminded me of, or who it reminded me of?
Who?
Al Sharpton.
Yeah, you missed where Brother Sean had brought it up. And I said, yeah, he brought it up. I said, yeah, I was going to give his perm wearing ass a pass.
Well, you know, he may be one of these people. Just because they have our skin don't mean they, you know, they're not.
Well, they the first suspects because they have melanated skin. Because they're the old, you know, that's the oldest genotype. Because I showed y'all who the SS were. I showed you the original SS. So that's a good stopping place. So with that said, sis, do you have any last words for the family?
Man, this has been a mind-blowing experience.
I know, yeah. I know. And I just want to thank Sis Tressie for sending me this, because y'all, I haven't had this in quite some time.
Well,
so this is excellent.
I think it's marvelous to understand that we are not alone. There are so many fashions.
Yeah, but I don't want to be bothered with none of these motherfuckers.
They all want to do is kill, steal, and destroy.
Yeah, I don't want to be bothered with they funky, stinking asses.
Kill, steal, and destroy.
Yeah, I'm over them. I'm over them and their shenanigans. I see the shit exactly for what it is.
Yeah, well, you did a great job tonight, girl. You had me cracking up. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, this shit is damn ridiculous. It has not been exactly, Brother Mark. Fuck them all. Shit, we tired. We fucking tired. Get gone.
Yeah, they're gonna fight all the time. There's not one inch of love or understanding.
None whatsoever. All they know is shit starting.
But you did say up to the 10th to the 15th dimension, there's nothing but soul snatching and wars. You did say that. Exactly.
So that's why this stuff isn't like up as we think. It's like jumping dimensions.
Exactly.
It's jumping dimensions and portals. That's why they show you in all of these sci-fi movies, they show you the portals.
Yeah, the stargates.
Yeah, and that's why when you astral travel, when you get comfortable, when you know that's what you're doing, that's why you need to pay attention.
Remember he said that he can't go past the point because of the dog? What was that dog? A thought he couldn't go past because of the hounds.
Oh, yeah. That was guarding. That was guarding. Yeah.
In little tablets.
Yeah, but that don't mean you can't go past it.
No, but he can't.
Exactly. Exactly. So yeah, this is dimensions. Because remember, when we started out this series in the Alphabet Boys document, did they not admit that there are multiple dimensions?
Mm-hmm.
They fucking mentioned that. They didn't say up and out. They said dimensions. So you got to go through portals. That's why you're supposed to be paying attention to your astral body.
Well, that video,
and how you can jump dimensions.
That video will show you once these people start, these entities start entering in and they want to fight, they put Earth on lockdown. And that's why I call it the prison planet.
Yeah, I can't wait until we get into this, because what the Terra Papers does, it builds up, it's giving you the history of their fuckery. And then it's going to build up to the invasion of planet Earth or Momma Terra. Mm-hmm. And so that's why in the other young lady's book, when she was saying that it accidentally crashed, I knew it didn't accidentally crash the goddamn thing. I knew that it was a galactic war. And it was a takeover.
Yeah, it was. They're fighting. They just vicious.
Yeah, so Brother Ant says, evolved predators fighting over control fed on evolved energy beings. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's not a prison planet. It's a planet that was imprisoned. Just
exactly.
Like we were slaves, we were enslaved.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, that's an excellent description, Brother Sean. And so Brother Mark said, we don't need nobody else as long as we got each other in a real way, as Top Cat would say. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why we need to be getting our shit together. That's why I'm not interested in none of they fuckery. I'm not interested in it. Rhonda Smith says, come pick up y'all babies. I know you got room on them ships, Mars, wherever. Yeah, get the fuck on. That's all we saying. Shit. Mm-hmm. All right, Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Back to the immigrants.
We done went all the way across the motherfucking galaxy, multiverses. He brought it back all the way to the motherfucking first hour. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That's because their ass is immigrants too. They ain't from here.
No,
they ain't indigenous.
There was a lot of Latin up there, wasn't it?
But
there's a lot of Latin up there.
The last time the corporation invited immigrants over here, what was that like? Now here we are again at another reset point, and the corporation is once again inviting immigrants here. And what are we doing? We accepted immigrants from all over the fucking galaxy. Nobody wants to be indigenous anymore, it appears. Everybody want to be a hybrid or from someplace else. But y'all ain't doing shit to get gone.
Right.
I mean, for a start, considering the people that you think are your gods told you that there was indigenous people, specifically in North America. If you're claiming anything for being indigenous to North America, maybe you should just go someplace else until they pick you up or decide what they gonna do with you. We tired.
Yeah, for real, on the real.
Everybody shit. This been going on for billions of years. Reset after reset after reset are the same old shit
Right.
in different languages, different people out
Yeah.
front, but the same bloodline.
Yeah.
Y'all want to claim those bloodlines. Y'all want to claim those so-called accomplishments, which we are really seeing has been a detriment in terraforming to Mama.
Exactly.
So while you sitting up here claiming these titles and this history of terraforming and colonization, you see that a lot of these higher dimensional beings are trying to cut deals. They trying to get their shit right with us.
Yeah.
And y'all trying to claim the fuckery that they trying to escape from.
Right.
It don't matter where you place the shit, whether you say that all history is here in North America. It don't matter. The bloodlines that you claiming was full of fuckery,
Right.
full of fraud and fuckery. So if we actually speak shit into existence, and karma is what it is, that's your ass.
Exactly.
Ain't even no need of you talking no more. You done already talked too motherfucking much. Well, you done sealed your goddamn fate. All the treaties and contracts was up and you signed on for more bullshit.
Right.
That's your ass,
Right.
not ours.
Right.
But I love y'all family. Wholeness and power.
All right, Brother Sean. Okay, family. So thank you all so much. I know it's been a long journey. Shit, we've been on here 5 fucking hours. So thank you to the YouTube family that was in the house tonight. Sis Summer Breeze was in here early. My baby Scotty Saturn, always a ride or die. And thanks again to Sis Tressie. That particular Terra Papers, that is the documentation, the book that she sent. I have been looking for that book for so long. So shout out to her. Shout out to all of the YouTube family in the chat. Brother Mark, Brother Ant, sorry, Sweet Pea. Literally, you got usurped with some drama, and a troll came on, and it took me a long time to get that MF off, and they tried to come in 3 different ways. So I'm just not going to open up the lines anymore because folks don't know how to damn act. And apologize to the chat for the damn bot showing its ass. The night bot did everything but what the hell I told it to do. So, but anyway, and thank you also to the YouTube family that are listening. I really value all of you. Thank you all for your support. I know people been hitting me up on Cashapp, so I really appreciate it. That's sweet. That do help me offset some of these damn costs. So thank you, Charles. Thank you, sis, she who walks among the mist. So thank you all, family. So we'll be back next week. Thank you, of course, to Sis Sandra. Thank you to Brother Sean, my co-host that's been rocking with me for years. Thank you, Brother 832, for coming in with your drop as well. So we're going to be back next week, family, with the fuckery of the galaxy, y'all. So hopefully what y'all getting out of this, that they were shit starters then and they shit starters now. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
It's gonna be fun. Because it's already entertaining. I'm telling you the truth. Well, we're gonna find out what's happening now, huh?
Exactly. So, family, don't forget to support the other YouTubers. Make sure you go check out Brother Legendary Top Cat. He's putting out some hard-hitting history stuff. Brother Kuameo, he's back putting out a couple of videos as well. So make sure that you support those particular YouTube channels. The work that they put out, it's really, really making a difference. Now people kind of tread very motherfucking lightly when they talk about the indigenous Indian and that African American shit. So, you know, let's make sure we support them because they do definitely bring the receipts and they're giving you the blueprint to shut down the fuckery. Okay, so give shout outs and your support to those brothers as well. And as well as sis Tasha she has been doing great work for years as well. And as many others, sis Bethy, I think she says she's taking a break because she got some other shit to do. But you can certainly go back and check out some of her older work as well. So with that said, family, I'm going to shut the hell on up. We fencing it to get out of here, and we're going to be back next week, family. Love you all very much. Peace and love.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to True Uncompromised.